Good afternoon, folks, and welcome to MLOS Mobile Legends Odisha series. And after a new year, we are back with the same old tournament again. Not the same old, but we are bringing in new experiences, new battles, because after all, we're going to be seeing new team fights and everything. And let's begin today's matches with this great afternoon that we have. It's going to be evening soon. And on the casting desk, it's me, Ray, joining you again in this fresh new year. And joining me would be Justin on the casting desk. So, Justin, are you not looking forward to the matchup of this quarterfinals best of three series? The first game of tonight, Dakusena versus Stebro.
How can I look into that, man? They have worked hard to reach the quarterfinals. I mean, they are a well-known squad, but yeah, it's really hyped up to watch them work, watch them climb up to the ladder, beat each other, and yes, Dakusana it's in the match. So yep, we are moving towards the draft, and yep, there we go. And with this, it seems like Step Bros have decided to ban out the Suyu first, and Dakusen, I have decided to ban out the Fanny, which I would say like assassin bans from both of the teams. So that would be awesome because they knows the capabilities of those heroes. And so no more diving potential. I mean, I would say I'm diving potential assassin. Like there is the Fanny with the steel cables and all, and Jukshin will ban with this. It will be, it's a really strong match to be honest. The Jukshin and the Sicilian just displaces the frontliner, brings the backliner in a vulnerable position. So yeah, definitely it's a good move to get it out of the menu. I would say. What you want to say on that, Ray?
Well, definitely, I'll address that soon. But I'm just gonna say something. Justin, it's our first time casting together. Lovely to have you here. I'll finally be
Yeah.
able to hear your magnificent voice in this casting desk together, and I'm looking forward to that. You're already nailing it. Good job, bro. But anyways, obviously, let's move into the draft. The thing is, everybody's here for. So yeah. Anyway, getting straight to the draft, it's really understandable. Suyo and Zushin, my beloved hero, she's no longer in the background. I might add her in the background later, but talking about the dive-in potential and everything, both of these teams are well aware of each other's meta, and obviously dive-in
Yeah.
compositions are really hard to counter out because you need to go in for that single lock suppression. You don't really want to have that happen. So understandable. Other than that, Harris, a meta hero, nothing to be explaining for. So yeah, the Sicilian is definitely the top pick right now. So let's see which team would be willing to pick it up or just make a gamble on it or not. But one thing is for sure that I'm looking really forward to Step Bro, especially because I've been seeing he playing
Mhm.
quite a bit recently. So yeah.
Yeah, might. Okay, they have decided to ban out the Matilda. That's really nice. And I want to say something about the Herod. It's really OP right now, especially after the buff that XP of the second skill has been buffed. So yeah, people are really nailing it with it. So it's better to get out of the menu. And the last ban from Dakusena would be coming out from Jazz. So it might be a Rome ban. And also since after the Bruno nerf, no one actually paying attention to the Bruno. He is being left behind, I would say. And also the Lela, not much. After the Malefic gun nerf, I would say.
Definitely.
Or decent,
They're under, yeah.
yeah.
They are basically fallen off from the limelight, but it's okay. Sometimes you need to fall so others can rise up. Because after all, we have 133 heroes, and everybody needs. And Lucas is gonna get banned out because he's available to play,
Mhm.
and he is quite of a sustained fighter. But let's see what is UI Hope gonna be picking, or they're gonna be swapping it out because Stepbros they have a lot of options available. Do you want to go in for a utility, pick up perhaps a high loss, maybe a Gacha, or do you want to go in for the Sicilian, or just stick up with something else?
Mhm.
Because whatever you pick, Team Dakusena is going to be proceeding with two more heroes, and looks like it's just going to be the unforbiddable Granger, the violinist, coming into the goal lane.
Yo, even in my squad, I'm using this Granger as the first pick. We prioritize it, and it's really OP, I would say. And it's like I would say there is not much counters, but I have seen Lemon using an Adira against the Granger in goal lane, and it was pretty horrible. I'd say, like he was like camping this this Granger so badly. After all, it's Lemon who he obviously can pull it out, and also the Sicilian pick coming in from Dakusena. Like I said, it's a really strong mage, followed by Jukshin, but she has been removed. But he is not, so he will be picked as soon as they see it open. So, and it will be an higher to target the Granger, I would say, and it will
Mhm.
be a really nice analysis.
Yep, definitely. Like one more thing to note is that Granger is definitely the top marksman. I highly agree. He's of course big potential, but just like a double S sword, it carries out the risk. And the Irtel might be coming into the play soon from the side of Team Dakusena unless it get banned out from Team SDP. But we'll have to wait out and see. One more thing is that there is going to be this Hayabusa coming in as well, so he needs to watch out for that Ugi Shadow kill. But sticking together would definitely just help out. Other than that, one more thing is that Jazz used to really like to play the glue. I'm not really sure. It's been a while. I mean, it's a whole new year. So I want to see if he's going to be sticking with something new strategy or he's going to be proceeding with the same old glue. One thing is for sure, he needs to watch out for that Faramis because they can still pick up or they can just ban it out later on. So let's see what Jazz is going to be picking because, in my opinion at least, EXP laner plays such a massive part in team's victory.
Yep, I really like this Hilda pick because of the invade potential. He could be a menace to the Hayabusa while he's taking his buff. And talking about the glue, yeah, it is really OP,
Right.
but it has the hard counters. There is the Faramis as well as the Vexana, I would say. And
Yeah.
excuse me, because of the explosion and all. And Belric has been picked from Dakusena. So I would say it's really good. I mean, they can't go for a high loss. Maybe I have seen some people like countering high loss picks with Belric. So let's see if they have the same thing in mind, so that they can, so that Team Step Bros avoid the high loss pick, but they have a joy to dive onto the Sicilian as well. So it might be the Belric's taunt might be useful to stop him as well.
Yeah, highly possible, but definitely. I mean, Haitatsu, he's a man full of surprises. I mean, he's a roamer, so I guess go with it, Brodo, because I'm looking forward because obviously Beleric is not considered those tanks like, oh, this is the top priority tank. So picking it up into the first three picks really speaks like they have either some plans or it's New Year and they're just be like YOLO, anything works at this point. So let's see what their decision is because at the end of the day it's still best of three series. And one of the things that I've been seeing a lot of teams do is that they go for whole three games. Why? They go for a 2-2-1. They first give the first game away by not showing all of their cards, and they just play a gamble. Either we win or we lose, but it doesn't matter because we haven't showed all our heroes just yet. And that might be what Team Dakusena might be going for because I've seen them pull this off in another tournament as well. And I think maybe Step Bros is aware, maybe it's not. So let's wait out and see because I do see two good mid lane bans which
Hmm.
have really good control. But at the same time, these heroes being banned out means that they're probably not going to go in for the glue as I expected. So let's see what Jazz is going to pick up.
Yeah, that's really nice analysis coming from Ray. Like nothing to be surprised, I would say. And they might be planning to
Thank you.
go with another goal XP laner other than Glue, it seems, because they are not worried about the Fermis. Okay, they might be locking, and they are banning the Hylos themselves because they know it might not work against the the Belric.
Agree.
So yeah, and Adith be coming in from the Dakusena. I would say that's nice because I mean because of the stacks, she could like easily burst out the joy if she comes too far. And she have a lot of CC as well. And IMU coming in from Team Step Bros might be handy because she can copy the Belaric's ult and also the Sicilian's ult to be more tankier, I would say. And the last pick, it might be since the Hilda is a flex pick, so it might the last pick will tell us a lot about the draft they are going for. So
Definitely.
yeah. So what do you want to say on that? Any prediction? 11 seconds left.
Well, I'm not gonna make a prediction because they're quite unpredictable, but it's gonna be the Gatot Kacha, which is understandable. Yeah, I mean this is what Step Bros draft is really good at because first three picks they pick up a hero that is flex, just like I mentioned. But the Dakusena they went in with the Beleric, so their draft was already obvious. Oh, they only have their EXP laner left. and because of it, they were able to determine the decision, and that is a weak point. But still, it is only the first game, best of three series. It can never be like too early to judge
Mm.
because games can change at any point. But anyways, both of the teams have finalized that draft. Moscow is a 50-50, iffy. He does have the stun, he does have the SOD, but how much? Because Granger's spammability is really annoying for him. But anyways, let's see how the theory works out and how the execution, because we're going to be moving to the game quite soon. So Justin, right before we move into the land of dawn, which team's draft are you liking? I'm just going to be answering you straight away. Team Sepros for sure.
Okay, I'll go with Dakusena to make it more hyped up. Because
Okay,
look at the name of the
understandable.
Moscow. It's like absolute cinema. He might showing us an absolute cinema today because it's the Moscow, and there is no vengeance in the enemy because the Gator is going with the revitalize. So
Mhm.
as the Hilda. So it might be a chance for him this time to shred through everyone. So let's see how it works out. And with this, guys, we are back into the land of dawn after the long-awaited draft. So let's see. It is a best of three matchup between Step Bros and Dakusena. So let's see who's gonna stay strong and move up to the rounds. And with me also, it is none other than Ray. So we will be continuing our casting like that. So Ray, what you wanna say on the rotation so far?
So far, this is just a classical rotation, just paying respect to the mid control and the jungle. Nothing else too far yet, but they definitely want to point out the goal lane as much as possible, especially for Dakusena, because if they let Granger, like, just, I mean, it's not about farm, it's about stacks. You don't want Granger to be stacking up, and that is what gives him that snowball ability. But other than that, we're probably just going to see a little bit of reverse skirmish because it's still early into the game, and Joy has a little bit edge over the Hayabusa. Let's see what
Ooh,
happens.
that's a really nice sanguine claw coming in from the Sicilian, but the revitalize will give them some HP to sustain in the fight a little bit more, and both of the teams will backing off for now. But the sanguine claw was really nice. I would say for the early phase that they did bait out the Hilda's revitalize, and so far quite good fights from both of the team. But SP Lena, look at the flip, the suplex was really on point. Hilda is looking in trouble, but no. There comes the Hayabusa with the Ogi Shadow kill. He will be using the ultimate to secure the kill. That's so far nice. What you wanna say on that, Ray? Ooh, damn, nice catch. They will securing the kill onto the Sicilian, and that's a
Good.
1-for-1 trade for both of the teams so far.
Yep, definitely. Immediately they get the trade off mid laner for the XP. But I do believe that I feel like Hiroshi should have been a little bit more careful. You don't have a revitalize, and Hayabusa is definitely gonna be level 4 at this point of the game. So he should have been a little bit more aware because giving out, even if you're an XP laner, you should die for your team, but not unnecessarily. You want to avoid that. But right now, Patroclus has one kill. Okay, top lane, a little bit of poking
Ooh.
happening. Not gonna be taken down just yet because the turtle fight is up. They're gonna be playing a little safe, but there goes the IMU. Let's see what happens because I feel like the engage will be coming soon. But look at the junglers; they're quite aware. Like they haven't come in just yet. So let's see who's
Mhm.
zoning out is better. Anyways, engage is up.
Ooh, that's not looking good for Heitatsu, but he will be
Oh,
escaping, but not so soon because Granger is there with the Death Sonata will secure the kill on him. And also, Edith is very low in HP, so it might be a free turtle for team Step Bros anytime soon because because the Haya was not in position and the frontliner got melted. Meanwhile, they are invading the red buff, and that's a good menace coming in from both of the teams. The Bat Feast has been popped, and they will be trying to get the jungle, it seems. But Hayabusa didn't got it. The retry from, outside the last hit coming in from Joy was really nice, and he will be securing the red buff for herself.
yeah. So far, Team Sebros have the slight over lead, but it's still very early into the game. They have the Granger for that spam ability. So I'm looking forward to which team would be able to maintain their pace into the later phases. Sebros is already looking a little bit strong, but still early, just like I said. But right now, Hayabusa doesn't really have that Yogi Shadow kill. Should definitely watch out. But so far, he does have the ult. Let's see if they're going to be copying anything. And this is the issue, they pick up the Belleric perhaps thinking that they wanted to counter something, but it's exactly not working out in their favor because he really needs a lot of defense to scale up. Until he really uses the Wrath of the Dryad to capture a few people, there's not much going to be happening until for their team. And look at that. They are already getting zoned out really badly, and their blue buff is in a slight jeopardy, forced to use their retry as well.
Yeah, and that's the Bat Fist has been popped from the Sicilian, trying to deal as much as damage as possible. Wrath of the Dryad has been popped, but it's been not much impactful. But Gatot will be using the Avatar of Guardian to escape. And meanwhile, the Joy will be securing the kill onto the Haya. That's huge, I would say, because the Haya need to stay alive to have more upper hand to continue his farm to not get snowballed. But there we go. Hopeless Retri will securing the kill into him, and the
Mm,
turtle has been spawning in 11 seconds anytime soon, and this might be a fight because both all of the members has been alive again. So yep.
definitely.
And
Into the top lane.
electrifying beats has been popped, and Sicilian will be moving out of the way, and the revitalize has been popped, as well as the follow-up attacks of the Hilda will chase off the Hayabusa. He's very low HP. There comes the Earthquaker, but there is not much people to follow him up. But that's a free turtle looking for looks like a free turtle for Step Bros, because yep, the Haya has been zoned out by the Hilda,
Yeah,
but
Haya is still
he is.
looking for it though, but he doesn't have retribution. That is, I feel like, really unnecessary and just taunting. But one thing is for
Yeah.
sure, Granger making a really bad misstep. He dived in into the turret too deep and got taken down solo, wasting a lot of time and a lot of minions that he could have gotten up if he just played passive. And that is going to be a little heavy for the team, but still, they're proceeding really good because they have the score. They got the two turtles, and let's see, they're proceeding to the blue buff as well.
And they are chasing the Hayabusa like crazy. Avatar of Guardian has been popped to absolutely no one, but Haya will be will be killed by the Joy, it seems. And meanwhile, the Haya's buff is in problem, but the Hopeless Retry will secure the blue buff. Meanwhile, look at the Moscow's farm. I told you he is gonna show us the absolute cinema. He is farming. He haven't died till yet. He got one turret as well. So with this, they are maintaining the farm, and this looks like a clash. But Spear of Misery will not hit him properly, so he will be escaping from the situation. But no one actually trying from Step Bros trying to get the Moskov done. So that might be an issue. They are targeting the highest farm and all more, and. And Dakusena is a really strong team, and they are even a marksman with a high farm can carry the game anytime soon. And it might be a fight in the top lane. Seems I can't see properly, but the Hilda is in problem. Okay, Shadow Kill has been popped. Spear of Destruction has been targeted really properly, and the Hilda looking in trouble. Moscow will deal a lot of damage, will secure the kill on it. Meanwhile, Joy will be taken down by the Edit as well, and. Look at that. He will be using the primal wrath of the Edit, and it looks like a decent fight from both of the teams, I would say.
You know, like in that top lane, I feel like if Granger had saved up his Death Sonata, he could have gotten a Maniac. I feel like he was using it to poke too much. He should be reserving it a
Hmm.
little bit more. I do understand the damage is slightly less after the revamp, but still, it's a spam skill and you should be keeping it. But yeah, one thing is for sure that Absolute Cinema hasn't been taken down even a single time. They finally do swap out the lanes though, and this turtle looks like it's just gonna go into the hands of Stepbros again. And let's see, no competition just yet, but the team fight is up.
And the electrifying beats has over, but they will be able to secure the Sicilian there. Primal's rat has been popped, but that's a nice kill from Hayabusa, securing the kill on the Granger, and the Valentina will be securing the kill onto Jazz. And look at that, their HP are so low, and in the bot lane, the Moscow versus the Hilda fight going on. But look at the tankiness of of the Hilda. She is coming back and forth because of the passive. She will go into the grass again, and there comes the continuous attack. Oh, Spear of Misery will hit properly, but not enough because the follow up of the Valentina will secure the kill on him.
I think Moscow was stalling for a little bit too much, and there was no backup from the team. Like, look, nobody is nearby Moscow, so I feel like that was very
Yeah.
unnecessary. That's a Hilda. You don't want to die for a Hilda, so that is kind of an L in their part. But the score is looking 8-5, and the goal lead is also favoring Team Stebro. So, I mean, Absolute Sigma was doing a good job, like absolutely good job. But right now, I feel like that loss will pay him a little bit, especially when the death time is
Move
high.
it.
But okay, you, I hope, will get taken down as I speak. And right now, they're going to be pushing the top, and it's going to get traded off in the bot lane. So one for one turret. But one thing is, look at that. Team Dakusena has the mid lane turret, which is one of the most important objectives. So that is a win. but also bot lane, another turret might be coming in soon.
Electrifying Beats has been popped to take out the Moscow, but not so fast because he will be escaping from the situation. But look at that, the Revitalize has been popped again and again from them. But Sanguine Claw has been missed by an inch, and Gatod will use a defensive avatar of Guardian to escape from the situation. And so far looking decent. I would say the Lord will pop up in 2 seconds, and it's 11-1 Lord. So what are the things I would say they should focus on more farm? But look at that, they are going into the Moscow. The spear of misery will hit both of them, and Moscow is escaping the situation. And he did manage, and the backup coming in from Hayabusa as well as Belric is really nice. I would say it's not looking good for Hilda, but that's a Hilda with the mobility as well as the passive, and she will be escaping from the situation as well. And meanwhile, Granger as well as Ulu are trying to melt down the Lord. Moscow came with the Spear of Destruction to secure the Lord to be in the fight. That's really nice. That's a 5-4-5 fight will happen, but the rhetoric coming in from Hayabusa was really on point. But look at the Granger will secure the kill onto the Haitatsu, and that's a Lord for, I would say, Lord for 2-for-1 trade for both of the teams. Dakusena is doing a comeback. What you want to say on that, Ray?
Getting a Lord steal. I mean, Petropolis just showed, like, despite every setback that their team was having, right now they are into the driving seat because having this Lord means they're going to be having that minion wave. And if they manage it well, they can get a few turrets. But obviously, Team STP is aware of that, and they're immediately going to proceed with the Moscow lane, trying to make sure. But they do lose out one turret into the top lane, so a little bit map control going away. Other than that, it's still 10 minutes. So one thing is for sure, they have the Granger, but on the other hand, oh, bot lane though, Jazz getting taken down quite low.
Primal Red has been popped, but not enough because the Sky Piercer will make sure that Jazz goes down, and Spear of Destruction has been hit properly, but it's better to not go in, I guess. But the Oki Shadow Kill has been popped by the Hayabusa into the fight, but they are not low in HP much, and he have to retreat there, and they are trying to get the inhibitor as much as possible. Sangutlo is hitting the Granger really nicely, I would say, and they should be focusing on get one of their inhibitor, I would say. And also I would like to point out that they were losing the early game fights, but they are making a comeback. That's a really nice turn of events so far.
Exactly. I mean, you have Sicilian, late game king. There's no one who can surpass him into the late game damage. And because of that, they were just playing the stall game and it worked out. And okay, they are going for another engage.
Ooh, Sicilian has popped out his ultimate. The Joy is going in. But the Avatar of Guardian has been popped really nicely to Patroclus, and he will be taken down. And Sicilian will take out the Gator as a trade, I would say. And more, look at the Moscow. He is trying to do a backdoor. Meanwhile, but that will not end up, and he have to be retreating. Meanwhile, Granger will securing the double kill on that, and they should be focusing on taking out the mid lane as soon as possible because because that's a gap. There's a gap, but Moscow is trying to pinch them into the middle of the turret. But that's not enough because Granger will be melting out Haitatsu, and this is not really looking good for Moscow as well. Hilda is chasing her like crazy, and that's another will hit the Moscow really on point with the Sky Piercer, and that's a really nice kill for UI Hope.
I mean, this game is very obvious for everyone. Like, who's winning in the kills? It's Team STP. But who's winning in the objective? At this point, it's Team
Yeah.
Dakotena. They have an inhibitor down. That is tremendous wave management. Look at that. They need to go into the top lane. Even if there's a lot fight, Moskov can come in with the SOD and just proceed to a back door. Right now, he, as well as Hilda, everybody needs to keep an eye out and they will have that pressure. So let's see if they can utilize it. But so far, Hayabusa has not arrived just yet. Let's see, because the Lord.
Wait. Okay, nice, perfect retreat from coming in from the Joy this time, and that's a Luminous Lord, I would say. And the burst coming in from the Granger is really nice. I would say he will secure the kill on that. Meanwhile, Moskov is showing his presence as well with the double kill, but that's not enough because Granger will escape the situation with a bare HP with the help of the Joy. And that's a 3-for-3 trade for both of the teams. And let's see, because the Lord has been secured by Step Bros this time. So the team Dakusena have to be more focused on defending their turrets this as a response.
Yeah, I mean, if they got this Lord, this was quite written. Like Dakusina would have had the lead completely, and the game would be in their favor. But right now, it's again into the hands of Team Step Bros because they got this luminous Lord that's going to be proceeding with that enhanced attack. So this turret goner, and even their mid turret phase one, it's also in jeopardy. And just like that, the cards are going to be coming into the favor of hands of Team Step Bros, and because of that, we might see an even out
Ooh.
game. But okay, only Gatot going in.
And he will be taken down by Edit, it seems, because the burst of the Sicilian as well as Moscow it will take him down, and there was not much follow up to secure to take advantage of the tankiness of the Ghatot, and he got taken out there. And meanwhile, they are defending their inhibitor. So far they have to. I would say Step Bros have to play a little bit more. More macro wise, because they are already strong in micro since they have reached the quarterfinals, I would say, because and they have to be a little bit more in the communication. There is a communication gap, so they have to be more careful of that, and they can pull it off because they have the tankiness, they have the backline damage. So yeah, and also the diving cover as well. So yeah, and what you want to say about the builds, Ray?
I mean, standard build overall from everyone. Like I mean, I was about to say Valentina should probably get a winter crown, and she's actually building towards that. So everything is clear. I feel like Gatot should also build winter crown because he can like he immediately went in middle of five, right? He could have
Mm-hmm.
came out if he had the winter crown, and pressed AOG easily. You can get out of the situation, and that would have that sacrifice wasn't necessary if he had the winter crown. So he should probably get it. On the other hand, classic itemization. Everybody, Moskov should probably sell out the boost as soon as possible. He has the gold and get the Wind of Nature as well because he's going to be needing that, especially against this Ranger because he already has it. So 1 versus 1 needs to be in their favor. But oh, look at the Winter Crown finally coming into the play. But I don't think they're surviving.
Yeah, because the Ogi Shadow Kill already made the Hehehe very low, and the follow-ups was really on point, as well as the Joy will be taken down by the Hayabusa as well. So far that's a 2-for-0 trade, and the Lord is spawning in 2 seconds. So this is not really looking good for Step Bros. So far,
Yeah, I
and
mean, you mentioned it, right? You mentioned miscommunication, and we just saw that Valentina was slightly out of position. She wasn't aware of the highest position, and she still went into that bush. And right now, they're going to be losing out this Lord. This is another Luminous Lord, and unlike Team Dakusena, they don't have a turret. This Lord is going to march down straight into the Nexus, and they need to be prepared for it because they do not have a good wave clear. Valentina is not a wave clearer. She's a utility mate. She copies enemy's utility and gives you that, but she doesn't have wave clear. And because of that, Granger is their only standing force against all the minion waves and the loss that will be coming. And that is not good, especially when you're going against a Moskov who can, like, he just needs 2 seconds and your base, poof, gone. Let's see what happens because the Lord is marching down into the top lane. They are in danger.
yep, and Sanguine Claw will hitting them like a sandbag. And look at the Haitatsu. He is going into the middle of the turret and using the Wrath of the Dread, but he will be taken down. He will be punished for that. And Hayabusa is trying to secure a kill, but he will be killed instant by the Valentina. And that's a really nice defense coming in from Step Bros so far. They are hitting, despite of the lack of lane clear, they are still pulling it off because I think Haitatsu went a little bit more deep there because there is not much initiate there. They can just respond to the enemies. It seems the kind of team comp they have.
Yeah, I mean, this was very unnecessary. Like, they could have taken down at least one more inhibitor, but the net profit was absolutely zero. They didn't get anything. They lost out their members, and right now the team is marching back. They need to be careful.
Oh, that's a really nice fight from both of the team. The Moscow will take out the Hilda there, and that's really nice. Okay, Avatar of Guardian in a very bad place because he's in the middle of the turret, but he will try to get out of the situation. Meanwhile, Hayabusa is securing the kill onto the Joy, and look at that. Granger versus Moscow going
It's
on,
over.
and the the Moscow won that fight, and that's GG for Step Bros for the first match because there's no way they can respawn, and the team Dakusena have a lot of DPS and they will melt down the turrets as well as the main base, and even the minions spawning in in the correct time is not enough to stop them. And first game, that's a really nice comeback, I would say, from Dakusena, and they will be securing the win for themselves.
Did you see that the minion didn't even get inside? Moscow destroyed the base without the minion. Like this, this marksman is the epitome of backdoor and base destroyer. I mean, this Holy Trinity, Argus, Zilong, and Moskov. You don't want these guys near your base. The moment you get close, it's over for you. It's GG's and over. But anyways, overall, great game from both of the teams. And I'd just like to mention Team Sebros definitely had overall micro because obviously they were getting the kills. They had the better draft and it was executing because look at that. They still have one more kill, 21 to 20, because they got so many, executions. They killed
Yeah.
so many. But kills do not win you the game, and that is exactly what Dakusina was aiming for. This Beleric pick was just an anti-defense. They just wanted to make sure they can stall and stall and stall until the Sicilian and Moskov scale up to the point that they can deal sufficient enough damage, destroy them in a team fight, and that is basically what happened. At the end, Team Step Bros got a little impatient. They should have waited for the Lord and perhaps do something. But at the same time, that is exactly what Team Dagostina wants because they have a Sicilian. He will just keep stacking up.
That's right. That's right. Okay, I think that's the complete analysis for this match. And so far, okay, they both of the teams are ready again. So we might be diving into another match anytime soon. And so this will be the last chance for Step Bros to shine, to do and come back for them, and they should be uh, get a comeback, I would say, and they have to be work on their last game mistakes they have made. They have to be more careful about the draft, the plays they have done, the macros, the micros, and
Yep.
they have to come up with something so that they can stay strong and get another chance to challenge them for best of three, I would say.
Yep.
And
Definitely. I mean, this is a best of three series, and despite having what you would call a Belleric, some people might even consider it a troll pick because obviously, what form of execution can you really find? He has CC, but so does every other tank. So why not go for the better options? But overall, this actually played out in their favor because right now they don't know what Haitachi is going to pick up next. Is he going to pick up the Gatot, or is he just going to pick up the Belleric just yet again? So because of that, the draft is going to be. This is what I actually told you about, right? Like the gambling kind of draft. You
Mhm.
basically make the enemy think you do not show us like your main cards, and because of that, they need to be aware. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be diving straight into the draft of the second game of this quarterfinals. This is the first match of tonight. We started at the afternoon and we're in the evening right now. So good evening and welcome to everybody who's tuned in into MLOS. Anyways, if anybody who's tuned in right now, I am Ray, and joining me is Justin yet again on the casting desk. And Team Debros lost out the game first match to Team Dakusena. So Dakusena has the opportunity to do a true zero clean sweep. But let's see if Team Debros were also hiding their jack of all trades or any kind of cards, and they can pull it up right now. And they need to, or else they're going to be losing out this quarterfinal.
That's right, and like the previous game, they have decided to ban out the Fanny for their side, and it seems like Step Bros they noticed that Sicilian they can't leave it open. The banning the what is it the Jukshin in the last game was not enough. They will ban both of the heroes this time. So yeah, those two mages are absolutely strong in their places, as well as Fanny and Suyu with the diving potential. So yeah, they will be careful of the draft as well as the pick. So the last ban it will be the Hilda. So yeah, because the Hilda has the invert potential, and that's why they might be planning to go with an assassin hero. It could be a menace for the assassin heroes because it has the sustain and the poke at the same time to be absolutely annoying to the enemy jungler. And the last ban coming in from Step Bros, it might be I mean there are a lot of options. So yeah, they have to be a little bit more careful this time because one small mistake and they could lose this quarterfinal match, because this is their last chance of the tournament. So yeah, Hiroshi with the last ban coming in. Okay, it will be the Moscow, because Absolute Cinema has showed us an Absolute Cinema last game, so it's better to get out of the map. So yeah, what do you think about that, Ray?
I mean, overall, true respect band. So Team Dakusina is definitely, creating their presence, and this is a little negative because they are already creating the impact. And look at that, look at that. Because when you let the enemies pressure you, you make these kind of mistakes because you
Yeah.
just gave out the most broken hero in the meta right now, Harris, to Absolute Cinema. You thought Moskov was an issue. Just wait and watch how this Harris will create havoc because this guy is kind of immune right now. How are you supposed to counter him? The only way you can counter him is a Franco and Picker, but it's not going to work out. It has 120-second cooldown.
Yeah.
So that's the whole reason people ban him out so much. But at least Team STP, they were like, we're gonna gamble, we're gonna make a trade, we're gonna get Lucas, and we're gonna get Ranger. So let's try it. But Dakusena, as much as I know, they're gonna be coming up with a proper response as well. Let's see whose overall draft plays out well because this time respect bans open out all the heroes that are banned in the previous game, and Team Dakusena, Team Stepbros both are aware. So I'm actually looking forward to this game so much more because it's gonna be very spicy.
That's right. I think the counter of the Lucas is the slow effect heroes. That's why they are planning to go with the Eve because the real world manipulation will create a menace of slow effect in the fights. And Matilda has been picked from Haitatsu, so they might be planning to go with an utility hyper as well because utility hyper meta is coming really soon, guys, and because it's really strong, I would say. And even though it was in the meta, so it might come more strong, I would say. And with the Matilda and as support, it could be Menace. And Team Step Bros have to be more careful with that. And they have to pick something more backline diving so that they can get their hands into the Eve. And yeah, that's how they have to prepare the draft so far, it seems. And they are going with a CC to melt out the frontlaner, maybe. Okay, I mean CC is pretty strong in the XP lane, but in certain scenarios, I think. What you think? What you think on that, Ray?
I mean, I love CC. In my opinion, she's the like EXP laner queen for a simple reason. Everybody plays tanky EXP now, and CC is based on your HP. Because of that, like not just theoretically, even in execution, she will win over every tanky XP laner. And that's the issue. If you can counter her out by picking up not a tanky, a damage dealing EXP, when that happens, she loses out that engage. But this is an overall actually a really smart move because when you pick up Matilda, she's not a tank. Now you need a frontliner, and that frontliner is either going to be the XP laner or the jungler. And CC, she's going to have that advantage. And because of that, they're following the theory. But Dakusena, they can come up with anything because I've seen them pick up I've seen them pick up Ling and Matilda together. Like enemies were not expecting that, and once Ling was picked, they were kind of screwed because how is CC supposed to take down Ling all by herself? She cannot do that because of it. That might be a possibility, but at the same time, they might not go for such a high risk play. After all, this is the quarterfinals for Mobile Legends Orisa series. Because of that, I'm curious what strategy they want to go for because that's like I mentioned, Matilda equals utility. So what do you want to go for? Do you want to make sure that Team STP doesn't get a single upper hand, or do you want to just play it disciplined and just show a really good gameplay? But overall, the possibility of Alpha is obviously going to be banned out. So I'm looking forward to what Team Dagosena would be going because they already have three of the strongest pick in the meta.
That's right, and also it might be a Fredrin because it's also a utility hyper maybe. So and there are a lot of heroes open, I would say, for being and for them the strongest one will be Fredrin, and also the Hylos will be banned from the side of Takosera. So obviously, and they are not gonna use it either because they don't want an Hylos against the CC to get beaten up like crazy. And yeah, and that's why it's better to get it out of the menu so that they can't get it either to be a sandbag for the team. And yeah, and the last okay, it will be an XP pick coming in from Stebros, so they are deciding on it. So then with XP pick, the CC already secured, yeah, and it will be a Belric again, I'd say, because yep, the last game they have shown the menace of the Belric. So and also to counter it, they are going with an Xborg jungle and follow that up by it might be anything to counter a CC. Yep, you need something of more of a mobility, I would say, with a poke mobility, and Yujong could be fine. He just get the stacks in her, and she can get out of the way before she gets the stacks herself and deal crazy amount of damage with the first skill. And it will be a joy. It looks like, yeah,
Yep,
maybe, yeah. It's
yep,
a
yep.
yeah,
It's a joy mid lane. It's a
joy
joy
mid
mid lane.
lane.
I've
Yeah.
seen this strategy before. I've seen them make it work because he is actually that's why I'm looking forward to he. If you're not aware, sometimes he plays gold lane, sometimes plays mid lane, sometimes even plays jungle. This person, male, female, I'm not sure, but they have almost played so many roles because they saw it a lot. So I have high expectations of he. But at the same time, I really like the drafted team. Obviously, Dagusena, they have proceeded to go for, just like I mentioned, CC doesn't win against someone who can deal damage. She wins against tank. And Yuzong is definitely the one to go for. He has enough damage to win it out. But overall, she also has a vengeance. So it's going to be a 50-50. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're into the land of dawn. This is the MLOS, and this is quarterfinals, best of three series, second game, and Team Dakosena leading with 1 point. I'm your caster Ray, and joining me is Justin. And let's see how this game goes in.
Yep, and seems like both of the junglers are doing those basic rotation, the standard rotation to the, oh no, the Lucas is planning to go to the EXP lane first, it seems, but but the Xbox knows the drill, and he will be doing the rotation to the golden first. Meanwhile, CC versus Yujong is going on. That's an interesting fight to watch because yeah, we all are curious how these two fights, like who wins when these two collapses, the counter of CC as well. So yeah, and Haitatsu being annoying to the Granger as well, but not enough. He will be melted instead. But look at that, the the wave clear of the Eve is really on point, but the Joy went to catch her, but it's not possible for her. And meanwhile, they are going a little bit deep to give some damage, I would say. So far, decent draft, and Xborg needs to get level 4. He is not level 4 before a turtle fight. A turtle is still 30 seconds away, but still he can get the level before the fight. And meanwhile, the Lucas and the CC helping each other to get the CC level 4 before the Yuzhong, before the turtle fight, it seems. And Yuzhong is trying to get the stacks on her, but she has the mobility to not give him the chance unless he uses his stun petrify combo.
And the turtle is gonna come up in quite in soon, and we will see the first engage because the first blood is still waiting. We still have to see who gets it. Team Rakusena overall has the burst potential with the Yuzong, Eve, and everything, but Hopeless Retreat also has the crowd control and the tankiness with that beast form of his. So let's see. And the turtle fight already seems to begin. This is what I was saying. Look at Jazz already winning out against Hiroshi, but the turtle fight is up and off-cam kill happens.
That's right, and the Black Dragon has been popped, trying to get his hands on Hiroshi, but Balric is not in great shape because the passive has been popped, as well as real world manipulation will chase them out of the map. And look at their HP; it's absolutely low. Matilda is zoning them out. Meanwhile, Xborg doesn't have the retry, but also, and oh, look at the fight in the gold lane. Two gold laners are fighting each other, the Granger versus the Harriet, and it seems like both have decent HP, and Turtle might get secured because the Protraculus doesn't have the retribution, but yeah, you perfect skills to secure the turtle in the meanwhile.
Yeah, I think that was a very risky decision. I mean, 1 millisecond away from getting it stolen. We should probably just do it a turtle when the referee is up. But anyways, look at that. Jazz will be winning out against the CC, just like I mentioned. But gold lane engages up. Let's see if Granger gets taken down, or is it gonna be Elo?
Ooh, there comes a circling eagle from the Matilda, but it's not enough to take out the Granger. They will be escaping from the situation, and despite of the fact that, oh, you look at the dive of the the Joy, what, she will be taken down instead because they made a clown out of her. What the hell? Okay, and it seems like the Harriet, the with the help of the Matilda, is really has the mobility, and Lucas is going in again to get the kill on him, but the final blast of the Lucas was really on point. Will get the kill onto the Herod, the same, giving an upper hand to the Granger. The Belric late, but not fine. But it's okay because they already won the lane and they will get the tier 1 turret in the bot lane. Meanwhile, again, the fight of the two XP laners will continue, and it's already two kills for Yuzhong and 0 kills for CC. So yeah, they should have kept the last XP lane pick for last, because there is always one counter for it, and they have to either play it 1v1 as a demon hunter style, or they have to be more effective in the team fight, I would say.
Yeah, so far it looks like the focus is into the goal lane because Joy does want to go there, and obviously the turtle has shifted to the goal lane as well. So we're going to be seeing an engage. Let's see, but look at the positioning of the Yu Zhong. Looks like he's much more closer than the CC really is, and because of that, they're going to be turtle. I really love playing Xborg against the Belric. It's like burning wood. It's really nice, especially cold, and they're going to be proceeding to the turtle. Joy does have the advantage because she has the dash and can just hop in. Let's see, the engage is up.
And okay, perfect rhetoric coming in from the Lucas, and look at that. The Joy will try to get out of the situation, but not so fast because the Harith will secure the kill on her. And the Wrath of the Dread has been popped by the Belric, but no one is there. But Real One Manipulation has been popped and was effective, but they will be running out of the situation. And the Yu Zhong will be. He does have the low HP, but they doesn't have the ability to fight him anytime soon, and this might be a free mid lane turret for them because Lucas is not coming to defend it either.
Definitely. And okay, Your Hope is, funny enough, winning out the goal lane matchup in a 1 versus 1. Absolute cinema this time. Not really having the absolute best of the time, but it's okay. Once he gets his scaling up, he is going to be stronger than Granger because he is magic. You don't really have much defense against magic anymore after those nerf into the Athena. So because of that, oh, okay, Flicker being baited out.
Circling Eagle did hit the Granger.
Yep, they're going to retreat.
Yeah. I mean, look at the Death Sonata who is melting out the Matilda, and she's trying to go zigzag to dodge the bullets, but not enough. And also, Ullu is really in good point. He's not getting the damage of the not in great position to get the damage as well. And the Xborg is. I think he's leaving the lane for the mage. Will be better to get the equipments in the hand, I would say. The anti-life steal, I believe. And the turtle is spawning in 30 seconds. So also it might be a fight in goal lane. They're coming back and forth. There goes the okay, perfect kill from Harith onto the Granger. This is not really looking good. The Wrath of the Dread has been popped by the Ullu, but not enough. Real One Manipulation has been popped. She will take out the Belric in the fight, and hey, waiting and watching because it will be better not to go in, I believe.
Still goes in.
The Joy going in with the electrifying beats to take out them, but not enough because they are tanky enough because of the Matilda shield. I believe Circling Eagle has been popped, and they are trying to bully the Lucas out, and he have to escape from the situation because and Granger is coming with the Death Sonata and as well as the Rhapsody to get something out of the fight, as well as the CC trying to help it, and they are succeeding in it because they has the Bright and Haitetsu will be taken down as well as the tier 1 turret, it seems. And meanwhile the XP laner are fighting, and as well as the goal laner. That's a 2v1 fight, and they will take out the Joy meanwhile.
This game is very chaotic because I feel like teams are stalling so much. I mean, why was Dagosena lane for so long? They should have known Granger is coming back, and they just caused 2 casualties for no reason. At the same time, Joy should be aware as well that there are 2 people on the top lane because there are 2 on the bottom, right? So I feel like a lot of unnecessary engages this time, and I feel like it's just the pressure that's building up, but the engage might be coming up quite soon because look at the damage.
Real Manipulation has been popped, and again she will be cancelling it out again because they got the trade and there is no one in the inside the circle. So yep, and I'm in a box here. Yep, and the Rhapsody coming in from the Granger will chase out the Haitatsu, the Matilda, and there is no roamer in the fight, but not so fast because she has the flags and she will get her HP meanwhile. And they are trying to get something into the Lord fight going on. Let's see who lands the there comes the flicker, and Wrath of Dread has been popped, but not enough because the he will be taken down instantly there, and Electrifying Beats is not doing any kind of damage, as well as the Vengeance has been popped, and she will get out of the situation. Meanwhile, the Xborg will secure the kill onto the Granger, it seems, and also the CC have to be getting out of the map as well, because yeah, she has the mobility but not so fast, because Xborg, yeah, deals a lot of damage, especially with the War Axe, because it stacks up and deals true damage too much, and it can chase out anyone, I'd say. Yeah.
The Elemental Lord right now marching into the mid lane. And talking about it, I'm looking at the builds and it's classic, but okay, Yuzong really took my advice too literally. I told him like, oh, damage would be winning out against CC, and he's going almost full damage with 3 items RWM into the mid lane.
And also the last incident has been popped, but that's not enough to take out anyone. But they will be securing the turrets here left and right, because yeah, they have to take advantage of it, of the fight, anywhere, and at least they should try to take out the tower passives. So they on the next push they will be able to take out the turret, and they are forcing the mid lane, and they will get it as with the last hit of the Yuzhong, it seems. And so far, both of the teams are doing back and forth damages. I mean, they know the Matilda can get them out of any situation they get in, and the passive of the two turrets, the top lane as well as the bot lane, has been popped. The Belric was in the middle trying to do a play, but there is no follow up came from the team, and he will be taken down miserably in the fight, it seems.
Hopeless Red Tree is definitely feeling a little hopeless right now, as their bases are going to be being pressured left and right. Look at Team Dakusena. They are not even retreating anymore, knowing they can keep on building their pressure up and up. It doesn't matter for them because they can just wait for the minions to come up. And because of Matilda, they are just getting the shields that can absorb so much of damage, also getting a little bit of heal from that favor. And right now, mid lane is in jeopardy. Their inhibitor.
And Black Dragon farm has been popped, trying to be impactful in the fight, but there is no minion there. And the Firagai armor has been damaged a little bit, but he does have something, and the Matilda is there to fill it up a little bit to be more impactful in the fight. But so far, the team Step Bros will be able to defend their turrets. So far, it seems they even after a try. And look at that, they are forcing a fight. It seems CC will connect both the Jazz and Haitatsu, and Jazz will be taken down in the fight by the Granger. Look at that, the Hyrath is going crazy. Like you said, he will secure the kill into the hey, but not enough, because look at that, Hopeless Retry is in low HP, and he will have to run away from there hopelessly, and the Xborg will melt down CC meanwhile, and this is looking like a free lord for Team Drakusena, and that's a Luminous Lord.
That aggression did paid off, but they only got Jazz. So overall, still a negative trade, because 142 it's already negative, but they also were not able to get down anyone valuable. Like Absolute Cinema did survive at 1 HP only, and right now having so many shields everywhere. Look at even Eve has the shield. I don't think their damage is going to be surfacing that much, because most of their characters, I mean, their main damage dealer is Granger. Joy is just trying to take down someone into the back lane, but she cannot do that. Like, we are clearly seeing the Matilda and everyone else just sidetracking every time she comes in with the electrifying beats, and because of it, the Joy is just not working out into their favor. She doesn't even have range that she can poke from far away like previously, and because of it, they're suffering. Look at that. The Joy will be taken down as I speak. And right now, the Luminous Lord is marching down into the top lane. And right now, Team Step Bros, they are looking in a dire situation as they are getting bullied into their base.
Yep, and the fight has been going on. The Black Dragon form will chase out the Belric. He will be regening again into the base, but here we go. The Luminous Lord has been marching towards their base, and look at the Lucas. Despite of the scared beast, he will be taking down. Real World Manipulation has been popped into the fight, as well as the last
Oh,
incident,
man.
and they have to be surrendering the match. That's I think you should never surrender, even it doesn't matter of the fact. But there you go, Dakusena, the winner. That's a 2-0 for this tournament, for this quarterfinal best of three. What do you want to say on that, Ray?
I think overall this match they felt too much pressure of the first game, and the mind games that Team Dakusena played into the first game, it paid off. It paid off because I feel like that Sicilian and Moscow ban was so unnecessary. Like they're gonna be picking up the Sicilian, but they could have picked you could have picked up something else, right? Because look, you have Harith open, you have Matilda open, and they also didn't consider the fact, Alpha and Matilda combination, M6, MPL, it made it famous. But before Alpha, who was the king of the true damage and the Matilda Airlines? It was the X-Borg. You can combo the last insanity with Matilda circling Eagle, and because of that, that is still such a viable hero, and your whole team is weak to Matilda. So I feel like Team Step Bros just was. I'm not sure. The draft was this time much weaker than the previous game. They gave a lot of good heroes. I mean, look at that. Harriet has mobility, plus Matilda, double the mobility. Eve doesn't have the mobility, so she's a sitting duck, but you also gave her mobility. Then Exborg also got his last insanity. When Exborg is playing the jungle, he doesn't have flicker. He cannot dive in easily. But giving the Matilda, it just free flicker. So giving out two such valuable heroes to Team Dakusina, it was writing their it is digging your own grave, basically. The draft was already speaking its volume, and the execution, obviously, Dakusena being the team that is, was able to win it out. And they will be proceeding to the semifinals, if I'm not wrong. And Team Sebros,
Mhm.
they'll be going. But anyways, overall, a great game. Justin, what do you want to say?
Yep. Yeah, that's why you should never take an action depending on the previous results. I would say that you should follow your own draft. I would say. I see. They saw the Moscow was dominating the game, and they decided like it is the most OP hero, and they will be banning it out. So yeah, those kind of mistakes you should avoid in when you are playing in as a team in a really say in a quarterfinal. I would say you should keep your calm, and yeah, and with these guys, this Step Bros, this is not the end for you guys, and you guys can shine in another tournament, I would say. And with this, Dakusana will be getting the victory for this quarterfinal match. And
Yep.
guys, we will be back after a short break very soon. And you have guys have to subscribe the channel, like the stream, and stay tuned, guys. And because we will be back after it, after your favorite team's match, an interesting match anytime soon. And with this, me, Justin, and Ray,
Hello everyone and welcome back to MLOS. This is quarterfinals, the day number 27, round number 3. And for tonight, your match between Peak to Plummet versus 1D Legacy. And for tonight, the casters, me, myself, Gig Hazard, and with me, my co-caster Debbie is joining us in this match.
Hello guys, it's welcome. It's good to be welcome back here. But yeah, this is a game that we're looking really forward to. It's a game between Pick to Combat and 1D Legacy. Both of the teams so good in their play style, so decisive on their draft, and very good in mechanics as well as execution. So I want to see how they do. They have this kind of mind games that's gonna happen in this draft.
And with that, the bans are on. The Hayabusa is banned out. I think so. The marksman as well, super strong in this patch. Very hard to actually, I say, go up against in the late game. You cannot man fight even as a fighter or even as a tank. You are going to get wiped out. So it's going to be interesting to see if they are going to ban out some of the marksmen. But we see the Hyper being banned out as standard from the previous patches. The Fanny and the Hayabusa, which one do you think is the better hyper currently in this meta?
Absolutely, Hayabusa has been amazing on getting onto the back lines, right? Because of the damage that he have with the shadow kill as well. And most of the times the mages are in a very vulnerable position when there's a Hayabusa into the opponent's side because he has that mobility as well to just go in, dive and take any kills that he wants and just go back to that God Shadow. But at the same time, it's the Fanny that has the macro presence, but she's so highly dependent on the blue buff that the game will provide for her. So it's basically both of the assassins being banned out. It's just that both of the teams are knowing fully well that they do not want a high mobile hero, high damage hero. So taking this out is just setting up a good perfect position for the mazes as well as the marksmen.
Yeah, I think so. It seems like I feel they might be going for a more fight oriented team composition with the Matilda as well being banned out on the other side. The Zushin has been banned out as well. I mean, the highlight for these patches are the marksmen and then the hypers, but I think so. The mages as well are pretty strong. Which mage do you prefer currently in this meta? I personally feel the Vexana does pretty well.
The Vexana Oyster does pretty well, absolutely, because the damage that she have as well as the horrify that she provides. Even if you are into if you have a tanky frontliners, she's gonna be always there to disrupt their position and can have a give enable your jungler to go into the backlines as well. So, like I said, it's a valid reason, but at the same time, I feel like it beat to permit they kind of reveal their kind of mindset to for the draft because banning out the Hayabusa actually means that they do want to go for the Juicing. So I on the legacy did read that out, and so they are the one taking out the Juicing as well. But there's also another chance that they want to go a tanky frontliner because the Juicing is amazing to go against the tanky frontliner. So taking this out is a very wise decision on their part as well. But the Hylos is kind of a flexible pick. So I think they are just taking this out to have a very solid draft for themselves as well.
Yeah, and with that, we see the first picks coming in, and the bans as well, the high loss as well as the Harith being banned out. And with that, they have the Louis first pick locked, and on the other side, the Granger being picked up, who is super strong in this meta. I feel one of the strongest marksmen, if not the strongest marksman, especially with the revamp, the Sonata, and now being actually energy consuming instead of a one time only use ultimate has become super strong, does not let the enemy team walk up to him as easily as before, does at the dash as well as the damage output necessary, and the new hero Lucas being picked up as well. What do you think about that?
Yep, Lucas is a very tanky hero and absolutely a frontliner as well because of the damage that he have. Though it's dependent. It's not. I mean, it's independent as well. And see, I mean, he can literally go 1v1 and solo your opponent into the other side. So I think it's very understandable to pick this out when it's absolutely open right there. But with the answer coming out from the side of Peach, it's actually disguising on his Irithel. Because Irithel is understandable, right? Because she has that mobility, that movement, and she can hit from you everywhere. It's basically a direct counter for Granger into the laning phase at least. So they did not overthink this. It's just absolutely amazing for the side of Peach to permit to pick out this Irithel to go against this the Granger.
Yeah, I think so. It does make sense, and the Joy being picked up as well.
Mm.
The Suyu still, I think so, still in the meta when it comes to the hypers as well. Still dishing out a lot of damage if he does get the momentum going early for him. He is pretty unstoppable when it comes to jumping in, taking those kills, and getting out of there alive as well can help in the team fights rather than the other hypers, who need to go in, get out, then just wait for the cooldown, then come back in. I think so. He does that pretty well, other compared to other heroes, and the Joy as well being picked up. What do you think about the hypers, the Suyu versus the Joy that's going to happen?
Oh, that's an absolutely decisive movement on the side of 1D Legacy because Studio is actually weak against the Joy, but Joy do really need that mid game power spike in order to deal the damage onto the backline very, very easily because she does need a little bit of a farming. But when we talk about the uh, her going against the Studio, it's actually her gonna have a good time against the Studio because she can literally dash away with all the soul quellers and the damages that the Studio is gonna provide dish out onto her. So it's very understandable, I say. At this point, they are just countering each other and very, very understanding of their heroes as well. Because I've seen this Guinevere being banned out. Maybe they do know that 1D Legacy does have a player who plays a very, very mean Guinevere as well.
And with that, we are in the final band as well. The Gotot and the Hilda being banned out, and we have the Guinevere and the Tyrell being banned out. It seems we are going to wait for them to make their final picks. The mage still open, the roam position still open as well. I'd say for the side of Team 1D, I believe, and on the other side, they do still need to pick their tank as well. The mage being picked up, the marksman being picked up, the fighter role still open for them. I'm not so sure what they're going to go for. The Phoebus is still open for the taking, but we do not know who they go for, as well as the Khalid, I'd say, could still work out.
Oh. Actually, they are going to go for the Kufa, but understandably so, because we're looking at the draft now, they have been banning out most of the roaming potential heroes because the Tigreal, the Guinevere, as well as the Hylas is very, very good into the roaming position as well, and Hilda also the Gacha. So there's a limited choices, but there's a direct answer. The Joey pick right here is gonna be Yusa on his Balearic, very, very good to go against the electrifying bit as well as the tone that he have. The Joey is kind of have to be a bit careful on how she maneuver into the backside. So I feel like this Balearic pick right here might actually be the X factor for Team Pick deployment. But onto the other side, 1D Legacy, they last pick their mate is gonna be the Sicilian, a very good late game hero, late game mate who needs stack and will deal a lot of damage when the game goes longer.
Yeah, and with that, the picks are now complete. Both teams super strong picks. Both have fair share of the meta in their team as well. Which team do you prefer?
Both of the teams are very decisive on their picks, but I do love going for pick deployment because they have every answer to the picks that 1D are going for. But the studio is gonna have to be a little bit careful because under the jungle, it's the Zoe he goes against. So we have to see how the execution turns out.
And with that, we get into the match. Summit versus 1D Legacy for you, now powered by MLOS. This is the quarterfinal, so stay tuned for an amazing match coming up currently. And yeah, both teams starting
Yeah,
on
they're
the
just
blue
gonna.
buff.
Yeah. It's a kind of a bit. I mean, it's a bit laggy for me, but I do not know about you.
Yeah, I mean, both teams did. I mean, a bit aggression coming in from Peak. And look at that, 1D might be catching him off. They need to be very careful of that. On the EXP lane, what do you think about Lucas versus the Phobius?
Well, Lucas is a fairly new hero that we have seen, but he's very tanky and very good in journeying out the backline. So I feel like he's gonna have an upper hand in this match first. But looking at the tank here, Yusa is just dealing a lot of damage onto the robot with a revival top.
Yeah, Lucas taking a bit of damage in the EXP lane and taunted as well. Is he going to go down? Yeah, it seems like he might be actually just a little bit. Yeah, first blood
Okay.
Yusa, as it is Lucas who goes down in that EXP lane. A bit of an overextension coming in, and yeah, they do find him out, and he does pay the price.
Yeah, he did pay the price for that lack of meta awareness right there. But onto the mid side again, that's a yin yang reaction. But Yudrong is gonna be safe now. But I feel like the rumor, whenever there's a set that Krufas is trying to do, Ryusa is gonna be always there to taunt him, to just disable him with whatever kind of tyrant's rage or revenge he wanna do. So I feel like the rumor, even the wrong side of this 1D legacy has to be a little bit careful on how they approach their team fights and how they're gonna set because this meta, the Kufa hasn't been much of a pick, much of a hot pick, but onto the top side, there's Robot.
Ooh, and Lucas is going in deep. They need to be careful. Low on HP is actually Louis, and Lucas may be going down again. Look at that. Phobius almost taking him down. Very low on HP. Does get the kill secured as well. And we might see the Sicilian going down as well. This time does manage to get out of that with the flicker now used. The total open for the contest as well. And I think so. This time it is going to be an easy total for GRG, and they do take it as well.
That was a good team fight on the top side, just taking down Robot that early on.
On the look at that in the blue buff, and it is actually Joy going down. That is a huge kill. The Hyper going down as well as taking the blue buff. The Belleric managing to steal away the blue buff from the Hyper and killing him as well. This is not a good start coming in. And they might be able to take the Granger as well, taunted. But is he going to go down? But will be actually retreating this time. Low on HP, does have the regen, will not necessarily need to go back this time.
The map present from Yusa on his Belleric has been so phenomenal. Like the decisions that he make, it's just and the position as well. He's having the lead as well as that upper hand in just the strat. He still have that rest of the direct in his kit as well because of the taunting that he also have. It's just gonna be a big resources that he does have the advantage against the Kufa at this point. So they are safe. It is safe to say that they can be very aggressive as much as they want.
Yeah, and the gold lead, not a lot, I'd say. 1k still available, but that is still a lead. And look at that, Phobius maybe actually getting a kill. The beast is out, but the beast has been tamed currently by the Phobius. Aizen looking super strong on that EXP lane, not at all bothered, even with the beast coming out from Robert.
Yep, that was a 1v1 situation right there, but Robert does have the letter in the advantage, but that into the blue side, that's something.
Yeah, and look at that. The fight is going in. They are trying to get it as well. Yusa playing very aggressive, might be able to get the taunt. This time, actually, I think so. Yeah, stolen away. The blue buff again from D. That Joy is not having a good game, is he?
Yep, he is not, but there's gonna be another skirmishes onto the bot lane again. But yeah, I think Joy is very, very disabled at this time because this is the advantage of the pick that the Balearic have, right? He has the stun, he has the rest of the barrel with the stuns and all. And I mean, I feel like this is the rotation pick is coming from is actually worth it for them because they did decide to rotate onto the XP side more than the goal lane side because they do know that they have the goal lane dominance and Iritel is fine trying to deal with Granger alone. But at this point, they give Aizen that upper hand, and now Robot is not in a position to contest, but onto the bot side.
Oh, and look at that, a kill already. It is a D tank going down, U drunk going down, and it seems like D is trying to actually get the blue buff trade as well. Is he going to be able to? And but I do not think so, because GRG is there. He needs to be careful. Is he going to say thank you?
Oh,
Yeah, retribution. The thank you as well, and needs to be careful. Joy is running out of that blue buff area this time. Will be able to get out of that. I'd say that was pretty good an outcome for
mhm.
JRG, wasn't it? Easy,
It
fast
was.
farm.
Yeah, he does have
Yeah.
the fast from. The joy was just providing him, was just giving him time, well, as well. But oh, that's a robot. But looking at the XP side as well, the robot is not doing as much as he wants. But there's a divergent play onto the blue again.
Oh, and look at that. The fight on the blue buff is on low on health. I think so. Is you drop does go down as well. I think so. It is Lucas who goes down. Yep. Robert going down as well. The blue buff now on the hands of Joy. The beats come out, but it is to run away this time at least. Kogas is trying to go after him, but I do not think so. That is a good move. Look at that. So much aggression coming in, going in deep eyes, and we need to be careful. Almost going down. Yusa also low on HP, and they are going to go after the Joy this time. I think the red buff is taken away as well. An easy game, I'd say. What do you think?
It was yeah, absolutely an early game domination for the side of Peak. But oh goodness.
Oh, what a trade has been made as Savage Warrior does go down the mage, going down the first on the book for this side. And it might be a trade coming in as well. Lucas getting the marksman. And look at
Oh,
that, Aizen now going in super deep. No one to help him out. He needs to be careful. He does have the vengeance. He does pop the vengeance. Needs to be careful. Still low on HP. Still going in solo. There is the tank. Will they be able to manage to get out of the situation? It seems like they might be. And Suryo joins in as well. Things are turning around. But missing skills left and right. The ultimate coming out. The taunt is there. You drunk barely managed to survive low on HP as well. Yusa this time does recall back, and it is D going in again. Joy does come back for seconds, getting nothing out of it. Both teams low on HP. Sicilian now coming in, but low on mana. Will have to disengage as well.
hmm. What a good cutback for the side FID 1D legacy right there. But it's actually Picture Perfect who still have the lead because they do have that early game advantages and the damages. And the Joy, it's not really looking good for D on his Joy, right? They did pick the Joy to just counter to on the Surya, but that Picture Perfect didn't have an answer to the Joy pick right there. It's oh,
Yeah,
rising.
Nixu going down. Not a good look.
Actually, yeah. Yep. They're just taking part everywhere, picture cover. They have that lead and they are just capitalizing on that. But look at the Belleric as well. You saw in a weak position.
And yeah, and it is another kill as well. The mage going down, Sicilian going down as well. He is the damage dealer, I'd say, coming the magical damage. They do have a lot of magic damage coming out, but Sicilian does dish out a lot of holy damage even without items. And look at that, Joy maybe going down as well.
Oh,
Yep, catching him out. Savage Warrior securing that kill with the rotation down.
that was a good fight for picture
Ooh,
cover.
jumping
Oh,
in
you drop.
does go down. Does not look good. They are getting killed left and right, but the damage is up. Look at that. The Granger doing a lot of damage. Lucas might be going down. Does go down. Sky Zen does have the items. He does have the farm. Top of the charts. The richest of them all with 3 items already to his name. The basic attack damage, the AD carry damage doing a lot, and they are being pushed into the inhibitor turrets now. All that left for them.
They are, I think, I feel like picture comment, all they need to do now is just wait for the Lord to take the Lord time and time again and just do not wait for the late games to come in. Just try to end this game as early on, but the blue buff is gonna be the one is gonna be secured by D for the first time here. But I feel like the Kufa here at this point, he's just a non-factor at this point because he, even though he wants to land on that tyrant's raids, the tyrant's revenge, most of the time it's not gonna work for him because Valeric user is always gonna be there to taunt him, to stun him with the rest of the direct. It's a kind of a turn of even for him as well. And there's no way they will be able to take down the Valeric at this point because he does have that tankiness as well as
Ooh,
the
look at
revival as
that
well.
Joy getting
Oh,
gunned down, literally being gunned down. A drive by. happening in that bottom lane and the teleport coming in, we might see a team fight in the making for the Lord. But yeah, disengage as well because they do have the retribution to secure that. I'd say a wise move coming in from Team 1D.
1D did not have the chances or the resources to contest this load, and all they have to do is now is to do the housekeeping just to try to keep their minions on their side of the base and just try to make Super Zero so farm up that he can have the stakes. But at this point, both of the damage dealers are so behind compared to the side of Pitchy Plummet. They have to be very careful. They do not need to be picked up, but looking at the Kuva as well, he's so squishy for the Irithel. Irithel will be will be having a good time bursting the Kuva, but still, that's a diversion play.
Oh my god! Killing spree for Savage Warrior. That was perfect, wasn't it? The Hyper going down and the blue buff taken as well. No vision for them. I mean, they do not need vision as they are pushed into the inhibitor turret, their base as well. And the fight is on. Look at that. The dispersion and the connect as well. Barely managed to survive with the flicker. The inhibitor turret destroyed low on HP. They might be going down. Yep, it seems like they are going to go down. Robert going down as well, and it might be GG's as it is Team Peak to Plummet who win this one out. Team One Direction 1D, sorry, 1D Legacy lose the first match in this best of 3, and I'd say an easy win. Don't you think so, Debbie?
Yeah, it's totally an easy one because on the side of 1D Legacy, they do not have that kind of cutback that made an impact on their game. It's actually really hard for them to come back because Picture Planet are everywhere. They have been very decisive on how they take their team fights, how they counter the Joy, because if you have seen the position of the Joy, he hasn't been out position. It's just that Picture Planet have been in a position to make his position a bit out of place because of the presence of the diversion and the diversion show on point what an amazing player this Savage Warrior is because the macro advantage that he have on the Louis, he is using it to his full advantage and Yusa, I mean, this guy is just amazing because of the understanding of this game as well as his hero. He knows that he has the upper hand just trying to go against the Joy and it's just that, just trying to focus on the Joy and not letting him even have the electrifying beats on time because he's there to taunt him, to stun him, to disable the dashes that the Joy needs to have that damage as well. And I feel like he is such an enabler at this point, and Skyzen and GRG are just going entering so late, just trying to deal the damage. And I feel like this is a very synergize a team fight and understanding of their heroes as well.
Yeah, it was pretty sad to see Joy getting gunned down. But yeah, that is point one to Peak to Plummet. And with that under their belt, I think so they are going to have the cushion to actually experiment out, to not be as nervous on the edge as I think so Team 1D Legacy will be because with this next match, their survival on the line. So they're going to need to bring out their A game, don't you think so?
They have to be very decisive on how they draft things because I feel like even though they do have the answer to the sphere very early on, they do not have the answer to the Belleric. It's just the Kufa, and the Kufa couldn't do anything against the Belleric. The Belleric was a kind of an X factor for Picture Plummet because, yeah, he's so amazing on the way he plays again. And at one point of a time, the Kufa isn't able to tank that much damage from Skyzen as well because he's so farm up. And I feel like all they need to do is try to be a little bit an overthinker in the drafting phase. And yep, the execution wasn't a problem. I feel like it's just the draft that they have. And a robot has to be a little bit careful on how he solos onto the XP lane as well.
Yeah, and with that, we move into the draft phase of this match. This is match number 2 between Peak to Plummet and 1D Legacy. Team Peak to Plummet have one game under their belt. Team 1D need to have their reply now, or they are going to be knocked out of this tournament in this quarterfinal. Yeah, losing out in the quarterfinals after a very long and hard-fought battle in the qualifier stages is going to be soul crushing, and hopefully they can make a comeback with that. Look at the bands coming in. The final third band coming in from Peak to Plummet. We are still waiting for that. And what do you think of the bands coming in currently?
I feel like it's so understandable because Louis being banned away for the side of Savage Warrior because of the divergent plays that he have been having with every available bosses that he used it to his advantage. This is a target ban, especially for Savage Warrior. But the Hilda and the Harriet being banned away is just trying to limit that the limits. But yeah, onto the side of Picture Planet, they are taking out the Juicing as well as the Hylas and the Mathilda. Very, very understandable, very early game composition kind of hero. So I feel like they do want to go for the assassin again.
Yeah, I think so. The Hayabusa still is open for the taking as well as this Suyu, but I would prefer the Granger being picked up. I do think he is a marksman that is super hard to deal with. Did not work out for them, but it seems like they are going to lock in for the Fanny.
Oh.
And yeah, I see a ballsy pick coming in. First pick,
Mm-hmm.
Fanny.
Yeah, like you said, it's a bossy and very, very confident pick for a D here. The penny is being left open, so they are just trying to grab their chances, or maybe they do want to go for the comfort because they are one game down against Picture Planet. But Picture Planet is a kind of a team that you do not want to lose in draft against because of their understanding of the draft as well. They do have their specialty in trying to counter pick every hero that the other side picks. So yeah, it's gonna be the Hayabusa to have the first band assassins that's being opened. Both of the teams will be taking each of the heroes that were banned in the first game. It's gonna be the Fanny and the Hayabusa being taken. So another thing is the Gacha. Well, it's a flexible pick. It might have to go for the room or the XP, which we'll not know for now.
Yeah, the good note I did not expect. I was
Mhm.
expecting the obvious something like the Kufra, but I think so. They have something in mind because I think so. As Debbie has pointed out, they have been very good when it comes to the draft phase. They do give away the Granger as well, who is now being picked out by Nixu, and Robert now taking CC as the fighter. They still need to pick up the tanks as well. I think so. The Gotoot is going to go into the tank position. I'm not so sure he can go to the EXP lane as well. What do you think about that? Is he the roamer or the fighter?
I feel like at this point, because the CC is being picked out so early on by 1T Legacy right here, he do not want to go into the XP for Gatot Katarya. So I feel like he can go into the roam position and they can take another XP like the Yuzong for themselves because Yuzong is actually good against the CC. But CC is also good against XP heroes. I mean, most of the tanky heroes. So I don't feel Pick is gonna go for the Gatot Katarya into the XP lane. But if they do have to go for the XP as well, it's gonna be they have to be really careful in how anyone who's using the Gatot will have to be very careful in how they solo the CC.
And yeah, I'm pretty scared about the fanny pick. I would be concerned. They do have the bans as well. I personally like to play it safe against the fanny. I do not like to underestimate them. So yeah, if I were the team picking the Fanny, I would pan out something like the Kufra because
Hmm.
the flexibility that the Kotor brings, he can go. It could be 1,000 IQ moves. You
Yep.
don't let your enemies know what you're thinking about. So I would pan him out. Yeah, and I mean they have picked up the hyper already, so banning out the hypers do not make sense for both of the teams. What
Mhm.
is left are the mages and the tanks, so why not play it safe?
Yeah, why not play safe? Just ban out the heroes that can literally counter your Fanny. So it's gonna be the Furious being banned away with the Inferno Person, and I feel like this is also a target ban for Aizen. They do think that the gutter will be is still flexible, so they do not know where it's going. So banning other phobias is actually a wise decision on their part. But uh, the irritable pick here, I think it's just a direct counter for the Grander again. So yep, Skyden very very amazing and deal a lot of damage onto that first game. So this is very kind of a comfort pick as well as a good counter pick for the side of 1D Legacy as well. So the Gunnerer is being banned again. Maybe this is also a target ban.
I don't know about the Guinevere, but what I feel about the Phoebus is any hero that plays with the Vengeance is, I feel, like a direct counter to the Granger, because as soon as he starts his Rhapsody, he
Yeah, yeah.
cannot like just instantly stop. You're not used to stopping those skills, and you do take in a lot of damage if you are dealing the damage as well as the damage reduction coming in. Does help out against the Granger, so banning out the Focus, which did cause a lot of problems in the first game. I
Yeah.
think so is a good ban coming in, and with that we see the Tiger being ban. Or what do you think the final picks are going to be?
Well, I feel like the side of 1D, they do need some things that have a high CC because looking at their draft, it's actually their pick-off drafting. So maybe they do want to go very, very early game because looking at their picks, it's actually very early game competition kind of team fight. So they do need that CC have heavy crowd control because the CC doesn't provide that high crowd control. It's just he's a kind of a journeying out hero and the CC being buffed as well, it's actually good against solo kind of team fight. So it's not based on team fight competition for the F1D Legacy. Meanwhile, onto the other side, it's actually a team fighty competition because of the Vexena as well as the Gatot in the presence, and if they have one pick off for themselves, it's actually gonna be the Hayabusa.
Yeah, and the Kufra actually being picked out by the team with the Fanny. So yeah, if you can beat them, join them. I think so. That does make sense as well. So yeah, I think that is going to help the team out as well. The Vexana is going to be in a bit of a danger, I'd say, with the Fanny available as well as the Erythral. They're gonna need to be very careful. What we'll see as the game goes on, the Alert as well is going to cause a bit of a menace within. They do have a lot of CC as well on their team. Both teams with, I'd say, adequate amount of CC. But which team would you prefer currently?
At this point of time, again, it's actually the Pikachu Planet that does have a wonderful draft. Just because of the Kufa pick for the side of 1D Legacy, it's actually quite questionable. So we'll have to see how this game goes on and how they are good in mechanics as well as execution.
Yeah, with that, we move in to this second match between Peak to Plummet versus 1D Legacy. Peak to Plummet on the red side already have a win under the belt in this best of three, as it is utterly necessary for Team 1D Legacy to win this one out to have a chance of staying alive in this competition. And look at that, already being taunted. The retribution as
Oh,
well used by D on the red buff. The Kotot with the taunt does manage to get the retribution used up.
hmm Well, onto the top side, gold laner as well. It's gonna be the Vital having that upper hand. But this time around, it's actually Oizen who's gonna have that uh who's not gonna have the early game advantage, but the Tyrant wins again. Okay,
And look
it's
at
gonna be
that, a
fine
lot
for us.
of damage already on the Erythral as well. A bit of a tussle near the lethal, but I think so. Not a lot happening all over the map. On the gold lane. I think so. We do know the Erythral is going to have the advantage. But what do you think about the EXP lane, the R lot versus the CC?
Actually, CC is a very high risk, high reward kind of hero because But into the solo, if we talk about solo, it's actually gonna be the Erlot who's not gonna have a really good time going against the CC. But he has to be careful on how he hit the minions. He just have to manage to try to last hit the minions because the CC do not want to go against a CC in a 1v1 situation because he's gonna deal a lot of damage, and no matter how you try to position yourself, she does have that positioning on the blink by herself as well. So they have to be a little bit careful on the XP side.
Yeah, and in the gold lane, actually, I'd say Nixu does not get a lot of EXP, missing out on a lot of EXP as the lane has been proven away, but eventually does unfreeze. But I think so he is lacking in behind when it comes to EXP as well as gold. And look at that first blood by Aizen and the Tyrant's Rage coming, Revenge coming in as well. Needs to be careful. Look at that, the Avatar coming in as well, but this time missing. Robert only, seriously, deep position does go down as well. Now the game slowly shifting already to the side of Peak to Plummet, and they are going to take the total as well. Ooh, what do you think about that?
That fight was all onto the favor. Oh, that's another one?
Oh my god, look at that. Nixu going down as well, jumping in with the flicker. This time does not manage to get the kill. Oh my god, look at that. Going in deep already. So much aggression, so much confidence coming in from P2P.
Well, Aizen that taking that fight onto Super Zusha early on, taking him down very right before the start of the turtle. It was so well worth for them. And Avatar of God, even though it did not learn to anyone, it's just joining out so many of the members, and it just forced a flicker on you drunk as well. So I feel like there are very decisive decisions and a very uh a well calculated turtle fights and team fights all onto the top. That's yours again.
Yeah, and I think so. They're going to be a fight. And look at that. Gotor going in super deep. Needs to be careful. Needs to low on HP as well. Does go in with the charge. Yusa low on HP. Still going in under the turret. Now the is joining in. Will he be able to? The Guardian coming out as well. Catching Yusa. I think so. It does go down. Imagine needs to getting the kill credit as well. But all thanks to that Gotor coming in. I think so.
That was one kill onto the hands of Diva. I mean, no, it's actually onto the
Valentina. Yeah.
Yeah. But that stolen Avatar of God and did really work well for Valentina right there. He did have that decision to just jump on even one hero that they do have to take. They need that kill so much because they are actually behind on goal as well, so they need to have that momentum going on in order to have that lead.
Look at Aizen clearing that one out, and CC is left just watching in the mid lane. There is a bit of tussle going in. The Shadow Step coming in. I think enough damage. Yeah, does get out of there instantly. Still does not have the damage to, I think so, get those kills solo currently, the Hayabusa.
That he does have that damage, but it wasn't enough to take down Nixu at this point. But Yudong just turning on. There's a lot of there's gonna be kind of a team fight going on to the top.
Ooh, and yeah, the Vexana going in does go down this time super easily. So the Valentina and Super going down, the Vexana getting the kill credit, and it is CC going down next. Fanny going in, D now trying to run away with those cables. Will need to get out there instantly because it is a 2v5 already. That did not go their way at all.
Robot was diving into deep at that point of time, but Nixu is just he's just blended.
Ooh, and look at that. Does not have the damage it seems, but will be able to. And the dash as well. Oh my god, look at that. Almost taking down GRG with the Rhapsody this time. He does kind of get scared and back off this time. It is hard playing the Hyper against such a high damage marksman.
Yep, absolutely right. And I mean, the Grandeur is a little too tanky, isn't he? Because that's the second time the shadow kill has been committed onto him, and he hasn't fallen down onto that. But he did commit onto that flicker. I feel like Yusa and Yusa and Aizen is just enabling their team very much so. But onto the bot side,
look at that in the bottom lane, and the Guardian coming down as well. The Vengeance is popped, but I do not think so we'll be able to stay alive, as they do take the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane as well. And in the top lane, Shadow Step calling out. This time Nixu does go down. Oh my god, that was the third time. I guess third time's the charm. but he needs to be careful this time. He will be able to walk out of that.
Yep, absolutely right. But looking at the rotations coming on for Aizen as well, he's gonna have to be in a good position.
Full on HP does go down. Does go down this time. Hayabusa trying to get something out of it. Will not be able to. The cables there for D to get out of that situation. I feel that could have gone sour anytime soon if they were not careful. And look at that. Gotoop still trying to get something, giving the team vision, going in again. The Shadow Step is out, actually not doing a lot of damage because there were a lot of people there. And yeah, Yusa needs to be careful.
Yeah, and I feel like Mitsui is into a weird kind of decision. Oh, that's Yusa point.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's gonna be a free trade-off for Hada ZRZ right there. But that's like a weird item choice coming up for sort of next year on the Granger because he's a little bit behind and he picked up that sky piece. I feel like he wants to go for the kills and he does need those NP heal as well as the high damage to in order to survive all this kind of team fight that's always going to be committed onto him. So you have to be a little bit careful. But he picked up the sky piece very early on.
You know what I feel interesting is the Goto did not take the vengeance. He took the revitalize against the Granger present on the enemy team, which is I'd say I personally don't have any words for. I don't understand that strat. Maybe it does work out. What do you think about that?
Yep. The vengeance. I feel like it's a good decision on his part because the Granger does not depend on basic attack. He depends on the skills, and the skills is not gonna be as much available as the basic attacks were. So it's understandable to take the revitalize, but there's a ton to the
Ooh,
backside.
needs to be careful. Aizen's very deep, does go down. He is there to secure the kill. The Kotsu being used up, but look at that GRG with a lot of damage. Doing a lot of damage does step out of that with these shadows. And it is Aryu drunk going down, and he is gunned down. But it is Kaizen as well being traded for him. I say a
Yeah,
fair
that's
trade, and Team
yep.
P2P as
Actually,
well losing some grip. Don't you think so?
yep, they all. I mean, he just carry on chasing on to keep some which I think you remember for 1D Legacy right there. But yeah, looking at the goal lead as well, it's actually still on the side of Picture Planet because they do have that uh objective takens and the minions that they require for their goal as well. But the Lord is in a good position right there for the
Ooh, the
taking.
Titan's Rage and the Revenge both connecting. Aizen, but does not falter at all. Actually, might be getting the kill. And it is Yusa who does get the Avatar's Guardian down to help the team secure the Lord as well as win that small fight, the skirmish on the Lord. And GRG going in deep low, and if he needs to be careful, almost does go
Oh,
down for that red buff contest. Look at him, comes back.
oh,
Oh, does get the kill on the Valentine as well, but I think so he is going to go down. Needs to be careful, and they sweep coming in, not able to save the Hyper. This time will go down, and he now seems to be in danger. Needs to be careful. Aizen taking a lot of damage. Will he be able to survive? No, the concert coming in as well. He's securing another kill. Those were huge, huge kills. Don't you think so?
yep. That's a huge skill for 1D Legacy. They need those skills in order to have that footing. They are so much into the back seat that they have to have that kind of momentum to keep going in order to have that little bit of lead that they need. But D going in.
Oh, look at that! And it is Dio goes down as well as the Kufra going down. Nixu is alive. Will they be able to defend the Lord that is coming in? I know it is not an enhanced Lord, it is a 10-minute Lord, but it is going to cause a lot of problem. Yusa going in with the charge, and this time I think so he will be able to survive. A lot of damage already on Nixu.
That's he's dealing a lot of damage onto Utah, but yeah, at this point of time in Utah has to be a little bit careful in how we approach those turret fights. And oh, there's a missed final slash that we see, but the mid lane, the mid tier turret will be in the taking on to the hands of Picture Planet right there. That's one turret for that one lot. So I feel like it's a profitable advantage for Picture Planet as well. But the D is feel like he's so behind at this point because GRZ is already on his level 15 and he's still on the 13. So they are not in a position to try to contest for any kind of neutral objective at this point.
Yeah, and look at that. I think they're doing pretty well for themselves. Even though they are 4K behind,
Mm-hmm.
they have won some fights. They haven't lost it all. I think so. Their morale is still I'd say
Up.
hopeful,
Mm-hmm.
and they have been doing pretty well when it comes to those fights where I thought they would lose out all. But yeah, they have won some fights, so I think so. The comeback is still possible. And look at the damage coming out.
Ooh.
My God, CC now in Grave Ranger. Actually, the vengeance is there, does keep him alive for a minute, but the Titan's revenge and the rage perfect. As Kaizen does go down. Now Gotor in danger is blasting on, trying to get the lifesteal as well. On the other side, it is Aizen who goes down. A lot of damage coming in from the Fanny as well as the Granger. And those are again two huge kills. This is what they need. This is what Team P2P should not be giving the other team hope as well as a bit of gold to help each other out, to help their other team. And the goal lead is coming down, has been brought down to almost 2K.
Yeah, but they have to be careful because they do not want to lose their lead that they have that they just accumulated in that very early game. But it was like good and I mean a great item coming out for Savage Warrior, but he does have to need to have that warrior boost in order to survive the onslaught of D from on his Penny as well. And Valentina, he does have that tough boost as well. Oh,
Oh, Fanny being deleted GRG on in the right time, in the right place at the right time, and look at that. Nixu does get a kill on the counterpart marksman on the other side, but they do trade him for the Kufra. And I think so. The Lord now who contest without any hyper on the other side. I think so. An easy enhanced Lord.
it's an enhanced law and it's gonna be onto the hands of GRG very very easily. I feel like they do have that the chance to for a comeback, but they are actually taking fights here and they're just losing out their members, and it didn't work well for them for the fight F1 Direct, so they have to be a little bit more disciplined. But it's actually picked up from it. They are forcing out, disrupting their position, disrupting their momentum, and every time they take a fight, it's always another one that's falling into their hands again.
Oh, yeah, D has been found out, does have the cables this time, does manage to get out. That was pretty scary. I was pretty hyped. I thought we were going to see a fight, but sadly we didn't. But we are going to have one. What do you think about this in this enhanced Lord walking down their top lane? Do you think it's going to be GG, or do you think an inhibitor turret is the only outcome of this?
Looking at the side of one, they did not have the best of the clearing that they want because the Granger is mostly focused on damage onto heroes, not the minions on objective as well. But if they are very decisive on how they use that AOZ, they have to have a chance to taking one inhibitor. But D in trouble.
Ooh, and the Lord is there. Strike as well. D going down instantly. And the Avatar Guardian coming down as well. Nixu going down. This is not looking good. And look at that. Another kill. The heavy crossbow is dishing out a lot of damage. Are You Drunk is going down as well. And this could be a team wipe. It is GG's as Team P2P, which is Peak to Plummet. Make sure that they win this round, plummeting the T1 legacy as they are kicked out of this tournament in the quarterfinals. GG's to both of the teams, but it is Team Peak to Plummet who win two of the best of three matches in this quarterfinal to move on into the semis of this MLOS.
Deserving so as well because looking at the draft as well as their execution and team fights and skill sets that Picture Plummet have. I mean, they did lose their footing a little here and there, but with that little window of opening that 1D Legacy has, they did capitalize on those. But it is them who made a little bit of a mistake and who get disrupted, disturbed most of the time. And I feel like Picture Planet, they are so deserving of their win. They deserve to have to move on this tournament as well because they are they are too good of a team, too good of squad to not see them play because the drafting that they did, the synergy that they have, and very understanding of their game, of their timings, of their heroes as well. So I mean, kudos to them and Skyzen as well for that great out of the world position.
Yeah, I think so. The deciding factor for me, the highlight, the pivotal point, the moment in the game that changed everything was the Fanny being killed, GRG in the right spot, in the right time, and the Lord coming in did change the momentum, and with that, it is peak diplomat who move on. With that, it is Kick Hazard and Debbie signing out. Do stay tuned for the matches that are upcoming tonight. Thank you guys. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to MLOS series. This is day 27, and this is the quarterfinals, the final match of the day between the Eliminators on the blue side and its IGN on the red side. Alongside me in the caster desk, it's Rich Official myself. With me, there's the beautiful, the gorgeous, the tall as 5 feet 7, Asuya. Asuya, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm really, really good. And thank you for that banger introduction, Roots. And yes, like today is it's Eliminators versus IGN, two of the teams who have made a name for themselves, two of the top teams in India. And of course, this quarterfinal is going to be really, really exciting. So do call everyone because I think both the teams are ready and we should just move on to the draft phase.
Yes, definitely. Two of the behemoths of the Indian ML gaming scene, as we have seen throughout. Both of these teams are no new people to this scenario. Both of them have won countless finales and countless championships. We have the reputed and the legendary IGN on one side, the new but the smart ones who are up and coming in the pro scene right now. Eliminators are on the blue side. Both of the teams banning it out right now. We see the Fanny being banned, we see the Matilda being banned, we see the Zeushin, as well as the new hero Lucas being banned. All of the bans are pretty common, don't you think so, Asuya?
True, all of those standard meta bands which you would really not want to see in any of the teams, especially because I have seen Eliminators ban out the Fanny pretty often. Because of course she is a great assassin, and after the buff, even though she did receive a slight nerf, the people who can play her can actually slay. Like she is a threat menace towards the backline and can go in with a sustain build with the war axe and still dish out a lot of damage. And of course, like Granger, I was really gonna say that Granger is open, but then Eliminators on the first pick. What do you think? Will they go for? Will it be a Hilda? Roots?
Well, Hilda can be a really good pick here, considering that Respect has a lot of good assassins in his arsenal. He has the patented Fanny, which is a menace to be reckoned with. Even in the finals of the LAN tournament we just visited, we had seen that Respect had his Fanny banned throughout the tournament. So, yes, that might be a great pick. Another great pick, on the other hand, is the Harriet. Cute, but is very deadly in the team fights. What do you think, Asuya?
Well, true. Harriet, after the buff he received, he's been making waves in the land of dawn. He has a lot of damage, especially the way he scales up towards the late game. He's one of those mages who can counteract a lot of gold laners. And since it is slightly just going towards the marksman meta right now, I think having Harriet is a great option. And maybe picking up an Irithel or even a Lunox can work out. But then just look at the picks coming from the side of IG and picking two of the firepowers right as the first to pick Suyo. Respect on Suyo. He's gonna be a menace.
Yes, definitely. Respect on the patented CU is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And I was actually looking forward to a Suyu being picked first off. Uh, ET didn't go for it, and so I just took it out. We see the this pick as well. The Eve is on deck as well. She is boy oh boy. She deal so much damage in team fights and has so much of control. Are we going to see this going to be a pick coming up right now? Or are we going to see the CC? Any doubts or any suggestions?
I think CC Legend might go in for CC because she is kind of a queen of the EXP right now. Like all the way we've come from Teresla being the king, being fallen off, and then Khalid, and now it is CC on the rise because she can one versus one almost most of the EXP laners, especially the range which was increased for her basic attacks. She can zone out people pretty well. She's great in the laning phase as well as those team fights. If she's managed, if she manages to go behind, take down the squishies, so I think it's a great pick, and of course, I think they are gonna go for a hitbox kind of composition because they did get a Eve right now, and she provides immense potential.
Yeah, the CC on the EXP lane is pretty good right now, pretty hot, as I would say. He's definitely in the meta and can be a great support when it comes to team fights as well, chaining people down together. Talking about chaining people down, IGN have just gone with a chip pick, which is actually somewhat of a very good threat there. The Avengers Assemble is a very big threat to people who are looking forward to team fights. So that will be a good counter for anything which is looking forward to binding them down together. So
I
for the
mean,
final two bans, Asuya, what do you think is going to happen?
Since they have picked up Chip, I think he's great with the utility, like more than the shortcut which this guy will give out. I think the stun he provides is more of the annoying thing, if you ask me. And he also has a lot of damage. But then again, I think picking up a Carmilla or banning out a Carmilla or even a Tigreal could work in their favor because like two of these picks can actually, when you try to assemble, she can just easily put her curse of blood and the team might be in a clutch situation, but then again, IGN does know how to counter it out. They will be panning out the Alpha. I think it's a great ban because he's one of those junglers who can counter out Asuya.
Yes, definitely. And Asuya, did you see IGN picked that chip just before the banning phase? That tells us what exactly is going on in their heads. They knew that the chip being picked up means a Carmilla or Tigreal, as you said, could be picked up to counter them. So they will be looking forward to banning those counters out right now as they have the opportunity in the banning phase. And we see that already as the Carmilla is banned. So definitely IGNs are no novice to these challenges. They know how to draft right now with the practice they had. It will be interesting to see what ET come up with to counter this kind of a composition.
Well, I highly agree because when there is a chip in the enemy, you always need to be on your heels. You need to be aware, like anytime, at any place, you can be the one who's getting ganked by five people running onto you. So yeah, I think Harriet Fate needs to be careful. But then again, Suyo as well as Eve are two of those heroes who really need a snowball in the game. So maybe Sarar Moon, maybe he goes in for the Hayabusa. Who knows what he's planning? Because we do see a roamer as well as a jungle missing from the side of Team Eliminators. Meanwhile, Valentina the ban right there, is actually good because they really don't want to provide the RWM which the Eve has.
Definitely so. The RWM can be a big menace when it comes to team fights. But I think the chip is going to go for the flanks here. He's just going to have some dead bushes being altered, or he's just going to go for the back line directly to cause problems for the Eve. The Sicilian being picked up, he's a big threat in the late game, even though Harris has those shields, even though like they are pretty sustainable type. Sicilian can deal so much damage that the shield just goes out the window. The Hayabusa rightfully said so, Asuya. Brownie points for you, as the Hayabusa has been picked up, as well as the Tigreal. Asuya knows a lot about drafting as well. Let's make her a coach or let's make her play in one of these matches. What do you guys say in the crowd?
Well, there is no need for that. I'm just good with casting and watching other teams play. And of course, I think, Savarmoon is really good on the Hayabusa. And of course, Sicilian is a mage, even though he did get some nerf. Like, what actually lies the utility of this hero is in the Sanguine class. It has a lot of range, and one good Sanguine class can actually make the game or break the game. And of course, you're fighting range with range, like when Bid uses the RWM, which can just try to bombard him with the bad impacts. So I think it's a really good matchup, especially because Sicilian will be something which will be scaling up really well. And you really need something which can dive in, take down this mage, and Hayabusa is one of those heroes who excels in that.
That is so true. And I think what's interesting about this draft is they didn't ban, Team ET didn't ban the Bruno, and they decided to ban the Moskov instead. The Bruno can be a fatal counter to the Hermit, especially in the early to late mid game phase. So we have to see how the goal lane and the overall game transpires, as the Hayabusa has been picked up as well, who is a really good all round option for Team ET. So, out of the bands, Sasuya, what do you think? Which team has a better draft right now, and which team are you going to be more supportive of, as so they can win?
Both the teams right now look kind of balanced. Like they do have an early game aggro with them, and as well as they do have a late game spiking off because they have a Sicilian, they also have a Harris. So I think both the drafts are kind of balanced. It also always comes down to the execution. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, here we are on to the land of Dawn. Both the teams looking strong with their draft. So Ruth, I would like to ask you the same question. Which draft do you prefer more?
Well, overall, I would say IGN has a few counters. The Soyu is definitely one of the junglers which are really unpredictable and which can be utilized so much in every different situation. The Bruno can be a counter to the Hermit. The Sicilian is somewhat of a late game, So if the IGN goes on to the late game, mid to late game phase, IGN has a better hand there. At the same time, if the Harit and the Hayabusa are allowed to snowball, especially with the support of the CC and the Eve, they might be on. IGN might be in trouble. Speaking of trouble, it's already in mid lane where the Sayu has been taken down by the Hayabusa, and that is going to be 1-0 for Eliminators versus IGN. What do you think of the team fight, Asuya?
That was a really great team fight. Actually, Card, as like he was trying to zone people away, meanwhile Saran just targeted locked down onto the Suyo. And as I said before, both Suyo and Hayabusa are two of the heroes who really need that snowball going in for themselves. And if Hayabusa continues to get that snowball, it will be a tough fight for IGN. Also, especially considering that CC is someone who can actually counter out most of the explainers. And just look at Andy being struggling.
Oh,
Just look at Kimmy, the really low HP, and the Wiggy Shadow Whale coming in can kill in the hands of Ramon right now.
Definitely. ET on a roll right now. 2 kills for Sarah Moon on the Hayabusa. And this seems very troublesome for IGN. They might not even think of contesting the turtle. Although Respect is out on the bottom lane. He's being surrounded by ET. And he has to escape somehow. He used his escape skill. Brilliantly escapes. Can he escape the Eve's abilities? He actually does. ET is still on his trail. Art and Bid on the trail. But somehow Sayu survives. And that is going to be the end of the story. Hayabusa and ET are going to end that patrol, and they're gonna head straight towards the turtle, where they definitely have an advantage, cause the jungler for IGN is a level down and also has to return back to the battlefield. We see Chip going out, and that is gonna be the RWN popped up defensively, which does not work out. He gets taken out. Double kill for the Sicilian, and that is IGN trying to take it advantage of the situation. As we see another kill popping in, that is going to be the Hayabusa shut down, and that just like that, guys, IGN are back in the lead, and they are taking the turtle ferociously. As so, Asuya, what do you think? How did things transpire out there?
I mean, there was a great game fight, and that's where the chip it brings to the utility the chip brings is right there. We can see it in action. One shortcut was all that was needed. Aaron joining in the fight along with the Phobos, the zoning in coming out, and that's why even the Phobos received some nerfs. He is a great, great hero, especially because, but I do
oh.
see.
That CC just being taken down just like that. I mean, that just shows the class and the quality of IGN for now, as we see that a single error, a simple misjudgment can cause you the lead in the match. As we see in the bottom lane, Zaman was being popped out, Hurricane is really low, RWN being popped out, and that is going to be it for Bruno. Hayabusa using the short shadow and the shadow kill. There's Sicilian trying to defend his partners right there, but it is 4 versus 1. Sicilian might not be able to do much about the situation. He's still in the early game. He's just going to stack over. Saw you coming in. Asuya, take it away.
I mean, 3 minutes into the game, both teams actually on an equal footing. The goal difference isn't much either, and score difference also just one. And I can absolutely say that both of these teams are doing a great job with the rotations.
Check out in the mid lane. Both CC and Bid are low, and there's Kimmy who's trying to get an opportunity here. Somehow they are surviving for now. Soyu is trying to take the farm, steal the farm off of Sailor Moon on the Hayabusa. Hayabusa still has 4 kills, but IGN are still not down in this fight situation right now. Kimi is in no man's territory. Implosion being used. Hayabusa shadow kill being used. That's a kill for Hayabusa easily there. So mistakes were made by Kimi, I guess, trying to give vision for his team. I think IGN needs to slow down the tempo a bit, get their team farmed. Once the Bruno and Sicilian are farmed, it will be a great force to be reckoned with. What do you think, Asuya?
I mean, true, and probably Kimi was just, looking for an engage towards the buff. Maybe he thought he can pick up on that Hayabusa with a shortcut, but then he was the one who got surrounded and was taken down. And not a great time to get taken down, especially because if you look at Fate, he already has that Stallion side. He will be dishing out quite a lot of damage, and both the teams already starting with the turtle dance, and it will be Sararmoon grabbing onto that, but look at the RWM coming in.
Yes, definitely so. And the team fight still continues. Zaman was being popped out. Eve gets a kill. There's Hayabusa with the shadow kill, and that happens to be it. Implosion,
Oh.
a late implosion being popped out, but that is not going to result in a kill just yet. Hayabusa still using the quad shadow. Can he secure a kill? No, he doesn't. He gets bonked on his head, and Anti just jumps on him. in reply. So the Hayabusa is just gonna run. Can he run? Can he survive? No, it's the answer. I saw you. Respect takes him out. That is gonna be it. As IGN is looking towards that bottom turret, they're gonna take it. Legend is there on the CC. He's gonna try to defend something. He is unable to. Pops out the vengeance. Can he survive? As Phoebus is on his trail, Phoebus is very low and gets taken out. Actually, the Zaman force coming in to the work. There's a bit on the Eve who is trying to give some reinforcement, and that is gonna be it. Just like that, ET is trying to push their own lane right now. What do you think of this situation, Asuya? No team giving the edge to each other, right?
I mean, true. Both the team fights actually looking pretty great, but look at the shortcut coming in right there, and Respect going in for Fate. But Fate is the Harith after all. Just look at that bit getting slain. Okay, and the implosion coming in, and I think it is a triple kill right there, secured by Sarar Moon. I mean, what? How the team fight just changed up, and that's why Chip is kind of a double-edged sword. Not only can you take down the enemy yourself, but you might also be in the risk of extension right there. And Eliminators definitely got that upper hand in that team fight. I think they really need to farm it up because right now Fate is dishing out a lot of damage, and I do see that the side of the IGN they're actually focusing more of their a firepower onto bid when he uses that RWM. Everyone just trying to take him down, but meanwhile it's giving the free opportunity for those implosions. It's giving the free opportunity to Fade to dish out some damage, and of course Hayabusa is a hero who can capitalize on every low HP hero after all.
Yes, definitely so. And that is what the story of this game is so far. The realm manipulation being used by the Eve, the CC, all the damage being dished by the Hurrit, that is all being utilized as the Hayabusa is acting like the finisher he is. And that is what is giving the edge to Eliminators right now. As the team fight gets into the mix of it, there's Respect who's really low, and there's going to be the Hayabusa on the trail. There's CC, and there's Sicilian as well. Both of them trying to fight it out. Revengeance being popped in, but Sicilian and Soyu get the victory. That is a good bait by Respect and team. There's Hurrit taking down the turret. There's an implosion being popped in, and poor Kimmy won't survive. There's Hayabusa as well on the hot on the trail of the Sicilian. He does not get it. Good escape by the Hayabusa as Respect is going to reinforce himself onto the backline of ET, and both of the teams are escaping. It was a one for one trade after all. Asuya, what do you think of this situation?
You know, the Phobius here is a great pick for an anti because there are so many heroes who will be dashing quite a lot. Of course, the Harriet and of course the Hayabusa. But then, if you do see that he's someone who is trying to zone people away. Meanwhile, he's been taken down pretty easily, and when he's taken down, the team is losing the front laner. What can you say? Someone who can actually sustain quite often. And if he's gone, the team is actually having a hard time. I think I generally needs to respect Fate right now because the Harriet is kind of all farmed up. Look at him, 415. He's dishing out a lot of damage. They really need to wait it out. And also, I really love how Art is waiting for Bruno to use up that Purify. And they also know whom to prioritize. Even if someone is solo, just take him down.
Exactly. And as we talk about the goal lead, they are slightly ahead. ET is slightly 3K, 4K ahead in goal. That is not going to be big, but that is definitely an edge which they have on the opponents right now. So, as we talked about the gameplay, IGN is slightly going to be better in the late game, but they need to be very careful about the Hayabusa dumping onto the back lines. And ET need to be careful about keeping the Eve alive. As long as Eve survives, there's going to be continuous damage outputs. Look at that, just like that. The Eve can give so much of damage to the back line as she has that long range. Chip again in no man's territory. Tigreal popping out the invisibility, and invisibility of its own by Kimmy, but Kimmy is still in worlds of trouble. Can he survive? It's a 4v1 situation. He used the Avengers Assemble. Maybe his team will save him, but the team is like, nah, bro, we cannot do anything about that. Sorry to let you down, but we do not want to be in the mix of that bad situation. I think that was wise by IGN not to get wiped out. And as we see ET instantly going for the Lord, they are not leaving any opportunity to take advantage as they know that IGN can bounce back pretty quickly. It is a grave situation which IGN is in. Do you think they can actually capitalize and get better and get back in the game?
I think that was kind of a smart move right there. They did sacrifice the tank, but then again, they were able to take down two turrets, one from the top and one from the mid. And the first tier in the mid taken down is a big deal because it opens up the map for you. It makes your rotations more unpredictable. So yeah, and after all, it is the first Lord. After all, they do have a Bruno as well as a Sicilian. They will be able to clear it out pretty easily. Meanwhile, the Meter is actually doing a great job. They are all together. And if you do see Legend, he's being the punching bag, taking so much damage, beating out all of the skills. And after that, it's when the entire rest of the team comes up, prioritizing the picks. And right now, the utility the Eve is providing is actually pretty good. One more turret down for them. They might even force push as the holy shields are being taken down one by one.
Yeah, that is true. They got to be very careful about the implosions as well. Tigreal, I'm sure he's trying to plan out his next implosion. The Flicker implosion would be very bad for the situation as ET is actually going and thinking of the implosion right now. Lord is going to smash into the lower turret. Can ET get a good implosion in, or are Arjun going to contact and actually counter the picks? Quad Shadow being used out, real manipulation being popped in. Who is going to survive? Who's going to come out on top of this team fight? This team fight is really crucial for IGN to survive, to make it back into the game. Zaman being force being popped out, unstoppable by the Harith, but gets taken down by Sicilian. And that is gonna be it for the Tigreal as well. CC still fighting it out, using her ultimate, and there's Hayabusa with the double kill. Sicilian gets a one kill. It's only which can he survive? That's a one-man situation right there. One-man army. Can he take down everybody else? Flicker being popped out. There's a whole wave of minions out onto the base. They're trying to take out the base desperately. ET, they are gonna survive, and they are gonna take down the base. That's it, guys. ET win the game number one when it comes to it. Asuya, what are your highlights and takes on this situation?
Well, what can I say? Don't give a Harrod to fate. Don't give a Granger to fate. Don't ever give Sarmoon the Hayabusa because he did an amazing job. Just look at him 12, 2, 3 with that 10.0 MVP. Of course, he deserves it. Both of these people did an amazing job. And, I think IGN did have a really, really good draft. Especially with the full base who can counter out a lot of people, but then you do see the only problem here with the full base is that when he starts to dive in, he can be separated from the entire team way too far behind and it becomes a solo target easily to be taken down. And of course, Kimi, he did try to set up some plays, but we did see that there were a lot of times he was just caught off guard pretty solo. I mean, just look at him. Maybe try to, set up a bit better. And like I said before, Suya is the hero who really needs that snowball, and the first blood which was given away by respect to another jungler, that's not something you really want. And that's how the entire game snowballed. And I think since this is, the best of three, right?
Yeah, it is the best of three. So IGN still have a chance to come back in this situation. But kudos to ET for playing it so well. I mean, IGN just never looked into the whole flow of it. They never seemed comfortable with the composition they had. Maybe they're going to change something up and maybe try for a comeback. For now, ET, I mean, basically, as Asuya said, give nothing to Fate. Try to ban out Fate itself, and you should be good, right? Against ET.
That's not
That
what I
seems to be
said.
the
But
situation.
I mean, both the teams are really strong, and of course, since it is the best of three, the first game usually teams, they test out the waters. But I
Yeah.
think the teams are ready for the next match. So, what do you think should be done in this match? Considering the last match, there will be some respect bans incoming.
I mean, yeah, the respect ban should be there, as you pointed out. As Coach Asuya pointed out, guys, Faith should be banned. So that should be the top of the priority for IGN right now. And hopefully, the same mistakes are not repeated as the last match. Kimi needs to take care of his positioning as well. I mean, he was trying to be a baiter, but I think that didn't result well since they were already in a goal deficit. So IGN needs a more dynamic kind of a playstyle, maybe change their picks and change how they approach the game against ET. ET have been doing really well, especially Shara Moon, and when it comes to it, Art as well with the Tigreal. So far, the Alpha is being banned out. I think that is also a great ban in this situation, especially for team fights. Are IGN gonna pick the chip again, Asuya?
Well, I don't think so. They will be going in for a chip because even if you go for a chip, you need something which can sustain, who can ban out. And you did have the phobias, but you do not have the support. And was kind of surprised that Hilda was open. Hylos was open. No one actually tried to pick them up because they are the hot picks right now for a lot of sustain, a lot of damage, and a lot of utility as well.
Exactly. I mean, the Hayabusa could have been countered by the Hilda. So that is one point which IGN might try to get on with.
Well, true, and of course we did see that Harith did dish out a lot of damage. They were not able to gank him properly. The only once he was taken down was shut down in the hands of the Sicilian, but it was far too late. So maybe try to
Yeah.
gank towards the goal lane a bit more often.
That was only till the end of the game where it didn't even matter because the only player surviving that clash was Witch and nobody else survived. So that was not a successful defense. And we see still the Phobius being banned out. So that is still on the board. Maybe they this time around IGN will be looking to pick out the Hurrit as the Granger is banned as well. So the next best pick for the goal lane might be Hurrit itself. What do you think?
Well, might be possible because one of the strongest goal laner right there. And of course, you need to counter it, counter pick. Maybe take a Lunox because she is someone who can counter the Harriet pretty often, pretty good. And
Mhm.
like the same kind of bans happening once again. I wonder why IGN has gone in for Phoebus ban because I don't think so. ET might go in for that, and they're even going in for Valentina so early in the game. So, what do you think? Would it be a Carmela as well as a Sicilian combo which they're planning?
That definitely couldn't be my so. And I think IGN are trying to save the good picks for as they have the first pick this time around. So I think that would be a good situation for IGN if they can actually pick out a few of the good heroes. We gotta keep in mind as well that two of the slots after the first pick is reserved for ET. So in that situation, IGN might wanna check out what they wanna pick first. What is the first pick gonna be, Asuya? What do you think?
Oh, there are so many options. Maybe Sicilian, maybe Suyo. What else? Can
Maybe
be
the
a
Harit?
Harriet once again. Yeah, it
Yeah.
can be. Let's just see. Maybe they might even go in for Eve. Who knows what they're planning? So many options open.
So many options open. There's the Eve as well, who can be a good first pick. There's opportunities of a Gertrude Kacha as well. Okay, we missed out. Yes, the Lucas is open. So that might be a good counter to the EXP lane pressure being forced out in game one by ET. And the Hurrit definitely being picked out onto Faith. That is never a good sign. But let's see what happens. Zushin, as I said, ET had two picks after the first pick. Zushin and Hurrit, both of them picked out. The in reply, which is going on the Eve, and that might be a good counterplay for the Eve and for the Zushin. I'm sorry, and respect on the Hayabusa. So we are gonna see a Hayabusa reply from respect. Let's see who plays it better this time around. Sriya, what are your takes so far on the picks we have seen?
Well, I think Zushin is a great option because she's one of the top mages right now, and she can even, cancel out the ultimate TRWM coming from Witch. So let's just see how they're able to position themselves. And of course, Hayabusa is a menace, whether on Surround Moon, whether on Respect, both of these junglers with a dynamic gameplay. Let's just see how it works out, and I'm sure that Art will go in for Cho. Okay, Legends just showing that Joe but aren't going in for a chip this time. Maybe they just want to reverse the draft. I think, Joe could have been a great option here because you really need something which can grab on to a Hayabusa because we do see this mage, sorry, this assassin does have a lot of mobility. You really need a pick off to counter it out.
That is true. I think the chip being picked up by ET just for the flow of it, as we see that both of the teams are actually exchanging heroes at this point. And it's going to be interesting to see how IGN choose to deal with the chip right now. Are they going to pick the same old Tigreal or are they going to go with something else? The Zushin on the backline of chip is actually a good thing to be reckoned with because the Zushin can provide so much of backup, so much of CC. She's literally a menace if you decide to handle her front on. So I think IGN will look for a dive in sort of composition which is targeting the Zushin or the Hurrit, trying to take him down. Let's see how the ban goes, however, as we go into the second banning phase, and IGN is gonna ban the second hero of the match. That is gonna be Gatut Kacha. Both Carmilla and Gatut Kacha are really good forces. The Tigreal being banned out. Now it's gonna be really interesting to see how IGN are gonna contest this chip pick right here, Asuya.
Well, there are a lot of options open maybe. Helda is still open. they might go in for it. But then again, you know, just like we saw in the last game, that Chip is a great utility pick, but then you really need someone who can sustain the damage because like Chip might be great utility, but he doesn't have enough tankiness onto
Yeah.
his own name. So let's just see what ET goes in for. Especially like he's mentioned that Lucian will be a menace, a bone of contention in the team fights, and Respect will make sure that Bid is kind of zoned away. So Bid really needs to be careful here on out. But then one thing I really want to say is like Lucas can be the game changer because towards the late game, this transforming guy, that beautiful beast, he has a lot of control onto his hands and he can dish out a lot of damage, sustain quite a lot. So will it be once again a CC being picked up by Legend to counter him out? What do you think, Roots?
Yes, definitely. Lucas on the late game is a different beast altogether, literally. So let's see how it works out. Team ET are still showing the Cho. I'm wondering if the Cho EXP is gonna be there or is it gonna be a chip EXP? Doesn't seem so. They are gonna pick a beefy EXP, as you said, Asuya. The chip cannot sustain damage on its own. He needs a partner in crime to survive. Glue and Lapu Lapu, everyone can do the job right here. Kacha, Uranus, anyone can do the job. It is in fact gonna be the glue, and glue for once can actually be a sustain type for against something like a Lucas who is a really good damage type. So for now the drops are well rounding out. What do you think the last two picks are going to be for IGN, Asuya?
Well, Khalid is open. They might go in for a Khalid because, but then again, Glue is one of those picks which I really do not like because unless it is a CC, he can literally bully everything out of your opponent. So let's just see. Kimi
Exactly.
actually showing up, our Khalid right there, can be a good pick, especially when it comes to zoning away. And I think he might, try to zone away the Harriet. So Harriet needs to be careful. And the final marksman pick. Will it be a Claude? Will it be a Beatrix? Okay, it is Irithel, and I think Irithel is a great option here because there is a Zushan in your opponent, and there is also a Harriet. So yeah, I think she can actually, fare up pretty well against them, but then she really needs the late game to show that spike up.
That is true. And I think there couldn't have been a better pick than the Irtel. And as I talked about diving in, they literally chose a dive in hero. Khalid with the Sandstorm is literally going to dive into the back line and try to get a good contest there, try to get a good pick off, as we say. And the drafts are being well rounded by both teams this time around. We cannot say that any one party has a better draft in this situation. Asiya, what do you think of the drafts and who would you vote for this time around?
Both the drafts looking strong, and I'll say this once again: the game is played in the early 2 to 5 minutes, because Hayabusa is a hero who needs the snowball. Eve is a hero who needs your team to snowball because, or else she kind of falls down. Or if you're able to snowball, she can be a great utility. And of course, they do have a Khalid. Or will it be Ashley onto the roam? I'm kind of curious which of the two just decide to go in. But they do have a strong early. Same goes for the side of ET. They also need that snowball to their name because they do have a mage who can literally be the firepower right from level 1, providing so much CC. Those two instances of CC can give you the kills. But with that, okay, I was gonna say that we are here into the land of dawn, but we do see a boss incoming.
Not
So,
yet.
Roots, I will, I'll just ask you which draft do you prefer?
Well, to be honest, both the drafts are well rounded, and as the referee said right now, nope, it's not time yet. You're gonna wait as 3, 2, 1, and yes, we are finally back in the land of dawn. It is gonna be game two of the series right now, and yes, both the teams are really well gifted in the case of skills as well as picks right now. The Zushin can be a force to be reckoned with, but there's Yves who is actually gonna be a step ahead in terms of spacing and the range. There's going to be the Khalid who has a great diving potential. There's the Lucas with the damage and diving potential. There's of course, the versatile Hayabusa, which we are all a fan of, courtesy Kyrie and other great players down the line. And as we see in the Indian ML scene already, Sarah Moon and Respect just showing us how good Indian Hayabusa players are, literally. And that is going to be a contest. You've being put up and put down. So both the mages trying to get it out on the front in the mid lane. However, in the top lane, Lucas and both Lucas and the Glue are having a joy time trying to get chip away at each other, but none of them are actually gonna kill each other literally. So that is the situation right now. I would literally go for the vote on IGN as I wanna see a comeback. What do you think, Asuya, so far, and what do you think who the first blood is gonna be in this match?
Might be anyone. Look at Cesar Armon going in. Okay, that is respect. And in a really low HP, will respecting not grabbing to grab that first kill, and Kami will be the one taken down by Bit. And that was quite a surprise right there because I wasn't expecting that, and they might go in for Lucas next because we do see Sirarmun and Bit for that help right there. But the turtle is just spawning, so like just like I said before, the one who's able to get that first blood, the one who's able to snowball the game might have that upper hand right there, Roots.
Exactly, and as I talked about the first blood, you saw Asuya, the first blood was being taken, and that is the glue right there, distracting of people of the objectives. As Naruto goes into the 9 beast tail mode, RWN being popped out, that is going to be the Khalid who takes out the Zushin, as we said, and that is the Zaman force being popped up as well. Who is going to be better? Who is going to take the edge off? Who is actually going to survive in this team fight? As Ethel joins the team fight as well. None of the teams are actually gonna give each other the edge. Both of the teams are looking towards a sustained kind of a team fight. They do not want to die at the same time. They do not want to leave the team fight away. As Hayabusa is kind of gonna have an easy turtle fight, as ET are gonna back down right now. They might give away the turtle, but they do not want to give a snowball to IGN. As we can see, they are gonna take another one in the mid lane. That is going to be the Zaman force, a defensive Zaman force, just to stop the mid lane fight right there and save the turret. So, yes, as we saw, guys, if you guys give an inch to each other, they're going to take a mile. So, both the teams have to be very careful this time around to not make it end in literally 8 or 9 minutes. Suya, take it away.
I mean, true, and like we do see how these teams are kind of blowing, trading off the blows against one another. Art just kidding, I think he was seen. He needs to be careful, but right there, the shortcut play which came up in the previous gameplay, I think it was way too soon. And there is Okay, let's talk about the pause later because I really want to say that that shortcut was kind of way too soon for them. They tried to go in for the kills. Even Harit joined in, but he is a hero who really needs that late game. Meanwhile, Eritzel wasn't even in that team fight, and yet they won it out. And I think that's precisely because the RWM gave out a lot of utility, and of course, Khalid is a hero who can dish out a lot of damage in the early game, like making eliminators kind of low in HP. And Sorarmun was taking down, he was kind of aiming for Witch but couldn't reach because there was a lot of stun before he could use that electrifying beats. So yeah, I think both the teams really need to be careful. But look at the Raging Sandstorm coming in. There's a lot of damage. Irithel with the damage, and the shotgun and Zaman Force has also been popped up. And it will be Respect taking down Art. Meanwhile, look at the low HP, and it might be Irithel in a clutch situation. We're actually able to escape, but okay, a lot of team fights happening right there. Sararmoon trying to shout a lot of time. Respect might go in, dive behind. 1 HP force. Sararmoon will be able to escape, but Legend will be the one in the
Oh
chopping block
my
and
god.
might be Pid taken down next. But she, like, Lucian
Look
manages
at
to
that. Two
survive.
of the people of ET are literally 1 HP. Harit was actually going for the Irithel, who shouldn't have been in this situation. He underestimated the potential of ET to come back, and Harit was definitely in trouble. But the goal laner for IGN goes down instead. So IGN are giving a lot of damage out, but not quite being able to convert kills on that occasion, as the next turtle pops out in the land of dawn right there.
And I think Hayabusa is just that good of an assassin. Like the way he can move behind the lanes, take down the priority picks, and that's what IGN faced in the previous game. And in this time, it is Eliminators facing the wrath of Hayabusa. They really need to even, maybe wait it out because they really need Legend in those team fights. At the same time, Zushin needs to be careful because she's getting zoned away quite hard by the Khalid
Look at the
and
bottom
also
lane.
from them. But okay.
Yeah, that was a kill by Chip and Hurrit, the duo coming right there, and that is so good about what this is what is so good about Chip. He can be anywhere, anywhere, anytime on the map. As the turtle is getting
Yeah.
slayed by ET, Sarah Moon won't survive though. The beast is incarnate. Beast is going to on so much damage right now, but he's the only one in the team fight it seems. As Hayabusa and Khalid are gonna step in right now. Shadow kill being used. Two of the people are low. Can Respect take the next kill? He won't survive unfortunately as ET gets the turtle as well as three of the kills in that situation only for one trade. So that is still a great team fight for ET and they are still in the lead as IGN is gonna definitely lose the bottom turret as well. So IGN needs to play their cards well. They are not looking very comfortable right now as Khalid is still there but has nothing to do about the situation. The glue is such a menace. I think what Anti is doing on the Lucas is great, but I think they need a little more support and damage on this location. What do you think, Asuya?
I mean, true, but Legend might be in a clutch situation, but then again, okay, there is some team fight in the top lane, but the shortcut has been used towards the bot lane. Look at the team fight.
Yes, we can see the R2WM being used as well as the quad shadow by Hayabusa. That is going to be a kill for Lucas and ABM. This guy is still surviving. Glue is still surviving on the anti, and that is not going to be good situation for Glue as the Glue's ultimate ends. But IGN is still on top right there. So that was a negative team fight exactly just few seconds after ET had taken the advantage of getting a 4 trade, 5 man down for ET. This is not a great situation as IGN is going to look towards converting these kills into turrets as we see the mid lane turret going down. The bottom lane is going to fall off shortly. Hayabusa is already on the way to take out the top turret. And this is what, guys, ladies and gentlemen, a good team does. Whenever you get an opportunity, you convert them into objectives. That is the name of the game as IGN are thoroughly well playing it out. It is going to be very interesting to see how ET are going to reply to this situation and both the teams are not giving an edge. It is literally one team fight for you, one team fight for me. ET is definitely going to secure the turtle though. That is what I said. As Ethel might be in trouble, Glue is on hot on the trail, but Glue is not going to be lasting inside the turret. Definitely so. Asuya, do you think who is going to be on top when it comes to the mid to late game phase? Which team has the better advantage?
I mean, of course, it is Eliminators because Joy will be dishing out a lot of damage after she gets that Holy Crystal. And of course, Harith is someone who will be spiking off, but then equally, it is our Aaron who will also be scaling down. But at the same time, Eliminators are kind of being punished for not having anything to pick off the Hayabusa. Like, just look at him, the way he's just freely moving around, not actually being caught up by everyone. Then I was going to say that the macro definitely looks in the hands of Team IGN right now, but just one Uno card reverse is all you need. Just look at that shortcut.
Yes, definitely. Shortcut being used, Avengers assemble, but that is not gonna be it. And Hayabusa joins the team fight really late. Can he finish up the opponents? Blue is really low. There's ET low. There's Beat low. There's Sarah Moon who's low. There's definitely Fate who's low. Anti going on to the team fight, but that is not gonna be it. As Hayabusa and Anti did not go for a good partnership right there. Sarah Moon is once again full HP after that team fight and that is not a great decision by IGN right now to take out that team fight the way it went. So
What can I
Asuya,
say? It's
what
been,
what is to be said right now? Yeah, exactly. Everything is going haywire right now, even in the caster's desk. As we see ET once again coming in with his Zavan force. That's surprise. That's gonna be surprise. My fair lady, I would say, as this team fight continues, and there's gonna be the Hayabusa with the Quad Shadow onto the back line, still not being able to finish it. There's the Witch who's finishing it off. The tip goes down, the blue goes down. That is still gonna be somewhat of a surviving chance for IGN, as Sarah Moon is just gonna escape as he knows that if he dies, the Lord is gonna be definitely going into the pockets of IGN.
I mean, true. And if you look at the gold laners right now, Aaron not having the best time of his life because he's 3-4-7. Meanwhile, Fate doing a great job with only one death onto his hands. Kimmy trying to dissuade people, trying to zone them away, but Lord, they're trying to contest for it. which team will be going in for it because Art and Legend kind of
Lord
far
is at a
away. It only goes
help.
for the retribution
Hayabusa
match.
secured
How
the
it will be
retribution.
respect getting it. Oh my god. Look at Art with
Yeah.
his conceal trying to okay, Aaron in a really low HP might be caught off guard right as the shortcut has also come into the play. Okay, Fate doing a great job, but you did manage to get that Lord, but will you be able to escape because Art is chasing down
Greedy.
the Sarah Moon? Sorry, it is
Oh my god. The
just look
BD
at
survived with 1 HP, literally one
yep.
HP, as which is trying to go for the trail, but he is gonna be not successful at is as ET has a lot of beefy damage dealers. I mean, there's the Hurrit, there's the Glue, and that is how they take out the Lucas. So when it comes to team fights, they actually need a backlane dive, a good backlane dive by the Khalid, and that is just not happening in this game. Hayabusa trying his best to actually take out the Hurrit, not enough damage in this occasion. He actually takes them out. Actually, that's unstoppable by the Hayabusa. So respect being really wise on this occasion and trying to take down one person after the other, another. He hasn't been able to finish off a lot of kills, but slowly but surely the Hayabusa getting those itemizations online. He might need to get a Sea Halberd for the regen of that Hurrit and the Glue, and even the Jushin on this occasion. So let's see how Hayabusa decides to build his way around in this on this
Mhm.
occasion. The Eve already has an anti-heal though. In the bottom lane, there are 4 people of ET trying to recall. They are not gonna be able to recall courtesy of Kimi. There's the Hayabusa who just jumps in and jumps out. For now, he's gonna try to finish the occasion right now. There's Irritil, there's the Tail Beast bomb being popped out. There is gonna be that is gonna be it for Art on that tip right there. I was using the quad shadow kill. That is not gonna be much to do with the situation, which gets taken out by the mates though. So people have to survive for now. IGN has to survive. They need to defend the situation for now, as they do know that the Lord was taken by them, but not a lot of advantage after that situation. They're on.
I mean, true, and the team fights getting Uno reversed. Aaron not having the best time, and it will be Fate who will be taking Aaron down once again. IGN not looking good when it comes to the macro. They did manage to get that Lord, and that's the great retribution. But then again, Eliminators turn the team fights. That's how good those shortcuts coming from Arta right now. Like, just look at him in that bush, waiting for someone to come by. Maybe waiting for Aaron, waiting for someone. Yeah, the gameplay coming from ET is pretty well, and at this point, our Respect is doing a great job. He's 615, but I do see that there are a lot of defense coming from the side of Team Eliminators right now. He really needs to target Lock Fate, he needs to target Lock Pid because or else Legend is just taking up all the damage, soaking it all. And also, do you see that how well Legend is trying to, always trying to take down Aaron or even Witch? Like they know what their priority is, and the IGN needs to do the same right now because like Kimmy's doing a great job, but then again he's kind of solo, and the same thing happened in the first game too. He was picked off guard solo, and the team really needs him.
That is definitely true. As we are going to see another team fight right there, just for the Lord, as Lucas is going to dive in. But there's going to be the Avengers assemble into the mid lane where everybody is at stake, and that is going to be the quad shadow kill by the Hayabusa. 2 people down. That's make it 3. That is going to be Hayabusa chasing down all the kills. Kimi is there with the flicker, takes down one more, and Anti got to survive. Anti is not going to survive just now, but Hayabusa, look at Hayabusa and Airtel. They're trying going for just for the home run. They're trying to end the game as Kimi is still distracting Legend right there. Can they actually finish the game? They have one big minion on there. Legend is somehow trying to take that minion down. He is not surviving right now. Immortality being popped, and that is going to be Glue with the split coming in. He is somehow going to be great distraction as Joy comes in, and that is going to be a failed try to get the base. That was smart thinking by IGN, but props to Legend for defending that situation.
I mean, that's how shortcut is. The double-edged sword right there. Art went in with the shortcut. Okay, once again, he's going in for Aaron. Aaron in a really low HP will be taken down by Sarar Moon right there. The RWM coming in. And a double kill right there by Sarar Moon. Kimi taking down Fate, but Respect taking it down to Sarar Moon. And Art is the only one remaining. Will he be able to survive? I do not think so. Wait, behind the scenes, trying to 1 HP on Respect, but he will be able to just back off. Meanwhile, Lucas on their hands, trying to take down
But
Bait.
cannot
In a
back
very
off
precarious
right there.
position. It is 2-1 versus 1, and but will also be taken down. Meanwhile, finally, these teams really do not want each other to take that lot. Just look at them coming in, engaging. But finally, I think it will be an easy lot for the side of Team IGN because Swarmoon is down, and Art and Legend are the only ones remaining.
Yes, and I think Art is gonna give away his life for no reason right now, as they had no chance to actually take the Lord. There's Moon who
Oh,
had who had the Avengers assembled to try to steal the Lord, so that was a smart play, but that didn't work out in their favor. And as a result, ET are in big trouble right now as Ethel is coming in hot with that damage. She finally has the items to give out the damage, and that is it. Glue is gonna be mincemeat for now, as the Lord is definitely gonna go to IGN now. There's Saran Moon and Bid who are there, but Joy is not even close to the Lord. He knows that it is gonna be definitely a funeral occasion if he goes down there. And so is Bid, but Bid is not aware of his situation as he's just gonna get taken down just right away. I think too much of engages by on the side of ET is being the fatal point right here. As Kimi is in a bad situation, but uses the freeze right on time, uses the flicker. That is so smart, and that is gonna make Kimi survive with his life. IGN need to be very smart on this occasion and be very safe until the Lord arrives, as they need to finish it off as soon as possible. We know that both the teams are so good at converting chances. So one bad miss opportunity, and you are gonna see that the tides have changed. So Asuya, do you think IGN can close this down?
well, they might be able to, but then they might not because it is the late game, 60 minutes into the game. Aaron can dish out a lot of damage, but then Legend being the perfect bait right there, Glue being the menace, just look at him between so many people trying to dish out some damage. The Lord will be taken down pretty easily, but Legend will be sacrificing his life for that. And of course, Bit taking down Respect. Okay, the RWM coming in, trying to zone them away. And Bit also trying to dish out some damage, but I don't think so. It will be enough as it is IGN on a complete roll right there. The damage from Miracle is so much that they will be able to clear it up everything. But look at Fate being the sole medal survivor. IGN, 4 members down. Lucas the only one remaining, but Auntie will not be able to sustain. He is trying to do something, but it is Fate versus Fate. And they do have enough damage, but look at the sustain coming in from Lucas. Okay, he actually manages to take down Bid in that assault. And it was kind of a wipeout, but then again, I don't think so. Eliminators can actually utilize this because they are getting assaulted from all sides with the minion pressure, which is coming in because all three of the inhibitors are down at this point.
Exactly, point and proven. Lucas actually saved, Anti actually saved the whole team fight right there for IGN. As if they actually had their way out, they would actually clear and they would try to push for the IGN's best. So good job by Lucas for distracting the opponents as well as getting 2 kills on top. So that is what Lucas is capable of, guys. He has 10 kills till now. So definitely Lucas is a great pick and definitely a better pick in the hands of Anti, who knows how to play it. It is going to be now interesting to see how IGN actually approach the situation, given that the goal lead is right now negligible and every player has the items. It is going to be a bottom lane push. There's the Avengers assemble on the Lucas. Lucas in trouble. Will the Beast survive? Beast is trying to survive right now
Oh,
as Glue is only top on top of him. Isolated is the situation, but there's Aaron gone on the Evitel. There's gonna be another team fight. This situation doesn't look good for IGN as everybody is in there, but there's a bad situation in flowing. Kimi falls down next, unstoppable for the Khalid, and I believe this is gonna be a lot conversion for eliminators.
what can I say? That's how Chip Art does an amazing job on the chip. The shortcuts coming in with that. He does have the fleeting time, so IGN needs to make sure that they need to, that the shortcut will be coming in any and every second. And Kimi looking really low will be taken down by Fate. And like your marksman was taken down, Aaron was taken down, and like I don't think so. This is a good situation for IGN right now because I want to say it is the 19-minute Lord, a lot of damage, a lot of potential in that Lord. Unless Respect might be able to steal that Lord away,
Look at
I don't
respect.
see any hope for them. But he's going in, trying to
Oh,
dive in from behind, wasn't able to do that.
couldn't.
Luigi Shadow is coming in. Fate will be taken down. Okay, Hayabusa not in a good
Asya,
situation.
look at
Maybe
the
his
base.
shadows.
Asya,
Okay,
look at the base. Aaron can
yeah.
actually push. if somebody actually stops them from recalling, but that is not going to happen. But there's heaps of minions. I think Aaron got the idea, but he was a bit late on that occasion. But they can still try to push and convert it, as Aaron is on the base, and he is actually going to take it down. Two of the team fights. What an occasion right there. What a fantastic way to actually end that match. And this match was even better than the first match. As we see, 1-1 is the tied score. Are you guys not entertained to see such a great, grand end to this second fixture? We were almost going to cry to end this match, as the match was not ending at all. Both the teams not giving an edge to each other. Finally, it was the mismanagement of minions on the side of eliminators which gave IGN the victory, as one team fight was being taken out by each, like they were trading team fights for their favors. And this is what it comes down to. Asuya, what's your take on this match?
I mean, Kimmy being the medicine that in all those team fights, of course, Auntie and Kimmy being the perfect for front laners they really needed. In the previous game, we did see that that's something the sustain is what IGN lacked. And in this game, they had it perfectly fine to themselves. They knew whom to target down, and they were able to, lock down onto Surar Moon with the Jaya because there is the stand which will be coming in from Lucas, the control which will be coming in from Khalid. And I think Legend did a legendary job. Like, especially the time when they were just respawning, coming back, respawning. So yeah, brawling it out quite often. And you did get the lord, but you had to pay it with your life, with your base, as those minion pressures was something which ET cannot handle. The Fate was taken down, so I think Fate might should have maybe go in for the with the crown because he was getting constantly targeted by Sarar Moon onto that Hayabusa. If he would have survived, I think they could have won the game. But then IGN did a great job, of course.
Yes, definitely. And I think the Joy pick didn't work out pretty well for ET, as the Joy had like similar damage to something like their roamer and stuff. So I think the Joy, Aizen forcing him on a Joy was a great take right there. And I think whoever takes the chip is actually unlucky. On this occasion, ET were unlucky. So I think both the teams will be really shy to take the chip right now. As we see, definitely the Lucas being banned, as we saw in the last game, how much of a threat Lucas can really be. Fanny, of course, being banned out. The respect ban coming for respect. And let's see how the drafting goes. Any predictions, Asuya, for the final match?
Well, if we do see the two games, the game changers here would be Hayabusa in both the games and our what is that? Harith in both the games. So maybe the teams might look to ban them out. Then again, let's just see this time ET do have the first pick. Meanwhile, IGN had the opportunity to take the first two picks, two firepowers right under their hands. And this is the crucial game, the point which will be, deciding the victor of the game. So let's just see what they go for because I do see the standard bans incoming and Lucas of course being bad with the sustain he had.
Definitely. So the sustain and damage were real for the Lucas. That is the reason he is right now in the ban section. And we are going to see the final two bans from both the teams. The Matilda and the Fanny have been pretty consistent throughout this best of three series. And what are we going to see extra? Let's see, as Legend is going to ban the final ban for his team. And so far, I think both the teams exactly know now what to do. It is match point for both the teams. Let's see who survives, who goes on to get into the semifinals. The quarterfinals is already so interesting as we see the Fovius being banned out as well. So, Asuya, any predictions on who the last ban and the first pick is going to be? What are the open choices right now?
Well, a lot of options are open. Hayabusa hasn't been banned out, and I think if any of the teams does go in for that assassin, you really need to take something which can pick off that because we did see how well respected he was, uncatchable even towards the end of the game when we tried to take him down. He managed to escape in 1 HP. So yeah, once again we do see fate on a Harith. So now the question is, IGN, how are you going to counter out this hero? Because we did see him dishing out a lot of damage, and he, like at the same time, he was able to uh, be make a huge impact onto those team fights.
That is so true. And the Soyu being picked up as well as the Gatut Kacha, I think IGN are going for their comfort picks right now as it is the final game. And anyone who wins it goes on their road of continuing for the championship. And the two picks which are left for ET, it is going to be interesting to see what they take. What are they going to take for Soyu? What are they going to take for Gatut Kacha? I mean, a chip combined with Gatut Kacha can be a great pick right now. Who else is going to be there? May one of these teams actually take the Carmilla? Okay, the chip being used, but IGN still has one more selection slot. So is that error on the side of ET? What do you think, Asuya?
Well, I don't think so. And I was gonna say that since Hayabusa is open, Sararmun might go in once again for this assassin, and he's like, one of the best picks I have seen on Sararmun. We did see he did an amazing job in the first game, and it was kind of the same junglers. It was a Hayabusa and versus a Suyo. So let's just see this time how the side of Team IGN is able to support that jungler because Suyo needs a snowball, Hayabusa needs a snowball, and they did have Kimi on the chip was kind of, not able to give good sets. But this time, a witch going in for a Valentina, getting the shortcut onto her name. This game is really going to be really interesting because she has a lot of options, especially the utility which the shortcuts will provide. I think both the teams need to be careful right now. And since we are on the ban phase, they might as well, what do you think could be the bans here? Because Glue did an amazing job, and CC is something which can definitely counter out the Katut Kacha.
Definitely so. And in the game one, we also saw that Hurrit on Fate. So it is going to be a similar draft to game one. It will be interesting for IGN to see this time around how they actually counter the situation.
I mean,
For
true, and
now, we are going to see the Sicilian and the Carmilla, both of the couples, both parts of the couple being banned out. So that is it for the couples. Sadly, so Asuya. What do you think? How is single? How is it being single?
it is absolutely good. It is, of course, there is freedom. And I was going to say that Dikril and Carmilla are two of the bands which I always anticipate when there is a chip on your team because they are kind of a good counter for the shortcut as everyone assembles, Avengers assemble, just like you said. And with that, all the bands are set. And now we just need to see what is IGN going for. Will they go in for Gatot Kacha Rome or will the Gatot Kacha be on the EXP lane and they go in for a Khalid Rome? Okay, Aaron going in for the Beatrix.
Yes, the Beatrix is actually one of Aaron's favorite MMs right there. And we are actually going to see if the Eve change hands, are we? Bid is looking forward to all the mages. He's trying to show all the options which are available. Hopefully, he picks the right one, as him and Legend are left to pick their picks for now, and IGN has one more pick left to counter them. Let's see how it goes. So far, both the teams are drafting so well, especially ET playing the patented heroes. It is going to be really interesting to see how IGN are going to counter it as the Eve gets locked in. That real world manipulation is going to be very, very useful in such scenarios. But there's a Valentina to actually copy it down. There's Glue, one more ultimate for the Valentina, overloading her capabilities. So she is itself going to be confused about the situation of whose ultimate to copy. Kiss kiss say, I'm going to make relations with is the sound right here. As Auntie is going to have the last pick in this situation. Asuya, any takes?
Well, Valentina definitely will be confusing. Confused that well, should she take the Wiki Shadow? Should she take the RWM or should she take the split or the shortcut? She has a lot of options. I wish there were so many options for us to in our life, especially when choosing a career. Never mind that. And with that, the final pick, Anti going in for a Yuzhong. It's been quite some time since I've seen a Yuzhong. But I think this guy has a lot of sustain, especially in the early game. They can definitely outdamage Legend. So let's just see how both the teams actually execute because the draft is looking really good. And the early game, from the side of team IGN actually looks to be stronger at this point because they do have Valentina, they have Garutkacha as well as Asuya, and of course our dragon. So, what do you think, Roots? Which drop do you prefer?
Well, definitely, Valentina has so many options, unlike Asuya right here. So definitely, Valentina is gonna have a great day, or she's gonna be deadly confused about this occasion. And we have the Aaron on the Beatrix, who is really comfortable. I mean, we have seen people who are really good at Beatrix shine so much, namely Keller. Keller literally won the M6 series due to this pick. So let's see if Aaron can duplicate that on this occasion. The Yuzong can be really, really strong, especially against the Eve. We haven't seen it being used much, but he is still a force to be reckoned with. So tanky and so much of CC skills. The Hayabusa on the Sailor Moon is actually definitely a big threat to notice. So it is going to be really interesting. Which playing his patented Soyu as well. It I cannot even choose which team to vote for right now. Can you, Asuya?
Well, then, at the end of the day, it just hands down to which team, which is your favorite team. So, yeah, both the teams are strong, both the teams looking good. Let's just see how it execute because this is the match point. This is the crucial game, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever wins this match will be going on ahead with the tournament. And with that, I think Sarar Moon on a Hayabusa is actually good. Let's just see what happens because this time they do not like ET doesn't have something which can actually be the punching bag. I do see the flicker being used up right there. The stun is connected. The lead though has been secured by Sarar Moon, but they will just be disengaging at this point. IGN not actually using the early game potential they do have.
That is true, as which is trying to actually get out of the situation. There's a chip constantly in the mid lane. Usually we see the chips on the side lanes, but chip is right now maintaining the mid lane composure, trying to give bit some farm, trying to give Hayabusa some setups, as they are gonna be focusing on the bottom lane, most probably trying to get a kill and then the turret, and then the turtle, I presume. And respect is straight over there as well. Will he be guessing that a chip is in the bush right now? Chip is probably gonna try to steal that little creep. Yes, and so he does actually. So a little loss XP as Hayabusa dives in to the turret, but that is a Yuzong, my friend. He's not gonna be taken down just so easily. There's Kimmy who is gonna be back to actually salvage the situation, but nothing much to do. As both the teams are still 0-0 on this occasion. Asiya, this time around, who do you think the first blood will go to?
Well, who knows who it might be? It might even be ET, but then again, let's just see the turtle is already spawned. Both of them dancing around Kimmy in a very tight situation between three people trying to taunt people left and right. Art coming in with a stun. Revitalize has been popped up along with the RWM. They're trying to dish out some damage, but look at which doing the same gameplay, and Art will be the first one taken down in that exchange. Okay, the AOTG coming in. Very low. Garukacha manages to escape, and your question has been answered. It says it will be IGN getting that first kill, but Anti he's going in for more blood. Bid being forced to use up that purify. Sarar Moon caught him between three people. He's stunned. He's trying to use up. Okay, not actually using up anything, but the turtle as well as kill in the hands of Team IGN, looking really good right now.
Yes, IGN gets the first blood, definitely are in advantage as another team fight procures in the mid lane. Legend going down. That is gonna be it. So for now, IGN are on a roll. Free kills going onto them. Giveaways being done on stream right now, guys. As IGN gets another kill as well. I think both the teams are engaging a little too much. I think if they slow it down and play it methodically, both the teams might have a better advantage in this situation. As we saw the first blood as well as another kill and turtle go for IGN. It is going to be interesting to see how ET are going to reply. Sarah Moon camping into the mid of the mid bush of the Riverland, and that is going to be no show there right there. As Faith is gonna jump out, Gatutkacha was planning for a good gank right there. So both the teams are very careful on this occasion, as this is in fact the final game of this best of three quarterfinals between Eliminators and IGN, guys. So who do you think is gonna win? Please shout it out in the comment section. We are gonna read your comments definitely. And this is gonna be a slow push for Yuzong on the bottom lane. He cuts the lane and he's gonna rotate. What do you think, Asuya? What is going to be the next objective for both the teams?
Hayabusa really needs some snowballs. Same goes for Asuya, but then again, Hayabusa not being able to secure those kills because if you do see IGN is kind of really tanky right now. Okay, the Petrify has been used. Just look at Legend going in, but he will just be blown up away as the dragon enters the land of dawn, and Legend might be on the chopping block. The shortcut has been used, but okay, it is in the top lane, trying to take that kill. Alright, in a really low HP, the Revitalize has been used up, so Moon will be punished for coming in onto that shortcut. Alright, might next be on the chopping block as the rest of the team just follows up. 80 not in a good position right now. The blue might also be stolen along with the turtle as Fate and Bid are the only ones who remain.
That is definitely true. And I think the second turtle, I beg your pardon, is going to be taken easily by IGN once again. That was a great counter to Sarah Moon's Hayabusa right there, keeping him on a 0-1 for now. That is one of the keys to victory for IGN, not letting Shera Moon get shine on the Hayabusa and get a snowball, as we can see. So far, Aaron has a kill, Respect has a kill, Yuzong has 3 kills, which is definitely beneficial for IGN. So far, the match has gone totally in favor of IGN. Let's see how ET combat the situation.
Lightning do have a early strong, and I think at this point since Ramon is not able to get any kills and Surya is the one getting snowball because he does have that one kill, so maybe just wait it out for the late game till Fate farms up, because I think at this point it lies in the hands of Fate. At the same time, he does have the stun inside, the maximum gold out of anyone in the entire team. Meanwhile, look at the bot lane, the shortcut has been used up, but that's what a Yuzhong is. He can just use up his ultimate, immune it all, and buy the time for the team to come and help out, and he might be taken down, but meanwhile, Respect coming in, and the RWM is also used up. The RWM might be a counter RWM coming from which, but no, it will be 2 kills secured in the hands of Team ET. Meanwhile, Sir Armand will also be taken down. Okay, I do see the Tutkacha trying to taunt people. Meanwhile, Aaron will be able to trade it off with the first tier in the mid lane. Not a good thing happening because it opens up the match quite a lot. And with that, Legend going in for Witch. The AOTG might drop onto him along with the RWM. He's trying to escape, but I do not think so. It will be possible. Mid will be coming in with the help, but it will not be as they will be just laying down Fate. Okay, the sniper missing out. Fate could have been taken down, but finally they will be disengaging.
That was a back and forth team fight right there, as we have seen very common in this best of 3 series so far. The back to back combat situations where Anti is buying time for his team to come. Respect did come, but he wasn't prepared on that occasion. Finally, Kimi following it with a good ult with the RWM, resulting in a kill. Fate surviving because of the missed sniper bullet right there. So the third turtle has spawned into the land of dawn. It is going to be interesting to see what happens. As in the top lane, there's action pursuing. Asuya, take it away.
Okay, it will be a double kill secure right there. I was waiting it out. Meanwhile, Aaron will be taking down Hayabusa. Really low HP, a triple kill secured by Fate right there. Really going for the maniac as Yuzong is trying to dish out some damage, but Anti might next look at the spell vamp. Oh my god, he's still trying to sustain it on. The really low HP gets a bit of a shield, but Anti in a really low position. The Zaman Force has been popped up once again, a bit too low for that maniac, but it will be 4 men down on the hands of Team IGN. Kimmy just moving away, and I think with that, a lot of turrets will be taken easily from the side of Team ET. Okay, Kimmy in a really tight situation, getting a lot of damage. The Revitalize hasn't popped up, which also coming in for the rescue. Doesn't have any stolen ult right now, but ET just needs that one hit onto that tower. Legend, what are you doing? Maybe just go back. Really low HP. Okay, he's trying to snipe it out, and it will be Aaron securing that kill onto Legend.
It was a great snipe by Aaron right there, and this is why Aaron likes this hero so much. And let's see how it goes. As we see, the bottom lane has been literally left open for both the teams. They are definitely looking for team fights right now, and not for the objectives. As Lord has spawned in, well, IGN is going to be trying to take the Lord, but ET is not going to be letting it go so easily, as the Lord has been slain by Soyu, and Hayabusa couldn't do much on that occasion. Yuzong has popped his ability. There is the AOG by Gotutkacha. The real manipulation being pulled out. Zaman Force being popped in. Who is going to be the better person, better team in this team fight situation? Hayabusa with the shadow kill gets the kill on to Witch. And that is going to be Respect. who is gonna try to fend off the opponent. Legend and Fate getting a kill onto the well, onto the explainer as well. So it is the situation in the in the mid lane. They're trying to get the first turret at least in this situation. The Lord popping in for Team IGN, but that is not going to be much of a push in this situation. As a sniper connects once again, but Legend is really low on this occasion, but he's not going to just die just yet. The Lord marching down mid lane. I think ET needs to focus on defending the Lord and getting a kill if possible. After that, they need to save their bottom lane as well. What do you think,
I,
Asuya, of that current team fight?
I don't for sure. I don't think so they'll be able to save out that turret. At the same time, I really loved how Fate was able to take down the first tier from the mid because that's something you really need for the macro to open up the map to yourself. At the same time, I think they really need Fate onto those team fights because not only do they provide so much utility, but look at the sniper, the damage coming in. Surround with really low HP manages to just dash away with the shadows. At the same time, I think Art going in from behind the scenes, the shortcut might come up. Okay, the Zaman force being popped up once again in mobility. Kimmy trying to dish out some damage, trying to zone people away. Art behind the scenes, same goes for Aaron, dishing out a lot of damage. The AOTG has been connected, but Legend is stuck right there. And with that, the weak shadow kill will be taking that kill on to Aaron, which in a really low HP does have the RWM, but they will just be disengaging at this point. This teams really love that back and forth. Once, I was gonna say that IGN are being on the aggro, winning out those team fights, but just a moment, one shortcut and one Salmon Force is all you need, and it is ET right now. They do not know though Auntie's there waiting for them, but they will just be disengaging.
Yes, definitely so. And so far, so good. We have seen both the teams now in a very good situation. So either of the teams can win from now on, and it is going to be interesting to see what decisions they take. Because one decision can cost them the whole entire match. As we see the Hayabusa was perfect on that occasion. The Shadow Kill following it up right from Aaron to Wedge, both the mage and the MM were the targets of the situation with surviving with 1 HP. Aaron not so fortunate enough. So this is the Lord who's going to spawn in just 15 seconds into the land of dawn. This is, I believe, this is going to be the enhanced Lord if they let him survive for a few seconds. So this Lord is going to be really interesting in terms of objective capabilities and trying to push, as both the teams are really into the team fights. But it is going to be, after all, the push which is going to win you the match. So let's see which team survives and which team gets the upper edge. Look at Harit. Look at Harit is trying to push that bottom turret right there. But there's a Lord in the top lane right now, trying to be lured out, and Respect is gonna be aware of the situation. So is a Harit, but Harit is actually gonna trail. So Yuzong is trying to zone the opponents out. It is going to be really interesting to see how the team fight transpires, as Legend is really low and trying to escape the situation. IGN is in town, is back in the party, and so far they're dominating the Lord lane, but Harit has a Zaman force, so easily they could actually zone the team fight out. Hayabusa is really low. That is going to be a bad situation. RWM being popped out by Witch first. Harit is still going to catch up to him. He is not going to chase them though. IGN is really low, so they are going to retreat. So both the teams, guys, as we can see, both the teams not giving an edge to anyone. Asuya, how do you think things are going to end right here? How do you think any team needs to survive in this situation and get a victory?
I think Fate as well as Beatrix being two of the crucial points in these team fights. If any of them have been taken down, like none of the teams can afford to lose them because they are the ones who will be dishing out a lot of damage. And in that team fight, Sir Moon was hiding right there in the bush, and then Kimmy actually manages to spot him on. That was kind of a turning point because it might have been reversed that team fight right there. But then definitely when you have a chip on your team, you can go in for the split push, just like what Harith is doing right now, because the shortcut will always be there. Meanwhile, from the side of Team IT, and they need to be careful. Look at the revitalize being popped out, the AOTG being used up once again, being baited out. Anti all alone in between so many people. So the Respect is also there, looking for some kill, looking for that one opportunity. Meanwhile, the Lord Dance has already started, and look at the dragon entering into the land of dawn. The ultimate has been forced out. Legend trying to zone people away, but it will be Saramon with that crab, and it will be Anti being taken down. Two RWMs trying to dish out a lot of damage, which in a very, very tight situation will be managing to dash away with a double kill she has, but Respect will also be taken down. Meanwhile, Art being traded off. by Aaron, and it might be Legend next on the chopping block, and it will be a kill secured by which Sarar Moon trying to shove some damage going in with the shadows, but teams will finally be disengaging. And with that, Lord in the hands of Team Eliminators might look to force it down as Fate is all alone. Maybe be a bit careful because you do not have Legend, nor do you have your tank with you. But the first inhibitor of the game taken away by them.
Yes, the first animator goes to Team ET Eliminators right now, as the Lord is also in their favor, marching down the bottom lane. It is going to be interesting to see how IGN are going to defend this Lord, as in the first game, it was the Lord itself, which was the ending nail in their coffins. So far, ET is looking pretty bold, pretty confident right now. Sarah Moon is finally shining on that Hayabusa, getting those red trees. It is going to be rather interesting to see what Kimi does here in this situation, as he has taunted the Hayabusa down, and it is going to be one shot, one kill for the Aaron on that Beatrix. It is going to be next. The AOG being popped out by Kimi. This is going to be anti on that Yuzong. He's going to look for opportunity to get the Petrify on. He actually gets the Petrify. This is going to be IGN who has the advantage in this team fight. The glue is using the split to land onto Aaron, and this is not a good situation if you look at it, as four people are down for ET. This is the final person. Legend, can he survive? Last time he saved his team from definite end. This is not going to be the situation for him, as IGN has gotten a clean wipe out, and that is going to be 3 for 5. 2 for 5, I beg your pardon, on this occasion. They're going to first defend their base, though. No pushes so far. Asuya, what do you think IGN did better on that occasion?
I mean, what can I say? And of course, I think respect, he's doing a great job. He's waiting it out. And at the same time, when you do see Kimi onto that Katot Kacha, like he's baiting everyone's um skills onto himself, and when he's really low HP, he just uses up that revitalize, provides a bit of more moment for your team. So I think that okay, but wait a second, the AOTG dropping in as a shortcut will be taking down Anti. Came in a very tight situation. The Revitalize hasn't popped up. He's taking a lot of damage, and Saran will be capping that kill. Respect might next be on the chopping block as Art follows up, but they will be just disengaging as the Lord. Next Lord will be up in 15 seconds. Not a good time to be taken down.
Yes, definitely so. Mistakes were made, I believe. Kimi once again being caught out on this occasion. He was a really good initiator in the last team fight, because this team fight he couldn't really do much about it. The Lord has spawned. Kimi is gonna be back. Anti is gonna be back, but is it gonna be too late? As Harit is wasting no time using the Zavan post to just get the Lord out quick. I didn't know better than to challenge this Lord right now, as they know that one bad team fight and it is gonna be lost cause. They see art is in the bush, respect using the arrow to get the advantage in that situation, to get some vision for now. As we are going to see that all the lanes are being paired up, they're being cleared, they're combining the lanes to get a good push. And let's see how that transpires, as art is in the bottom lane, teleporting to the bottom lane right now, and Harit is going to try to clear it out. The advantage of having a chip in this situation is, even if you are just there, you can definitely call for some reinforcements. So a chip and Harit can actually confidently clear a lane. They know that their teammates might drop in just in few seconds. So let's see. It is going to be rather interesting to see how IGN are going to defend this Lord after Lord being sent out to their base. It is going to take an iron defense to actually take it down, as Aaron is on the defense for now.
I mean, true, and we did see in the last team fight, Saramon got caught up between so many stunts. He really needs to be careful about that, maybe, but the Lord is marching down. Look at the RWM coming in along with the Zaman Force. And meanwhile, Art will be taken down by Aaron. ET needs to retreat, not a good position. The RWM once again a successful defense on the hands of Team IT. And meanwhile, Kimmy, the AOTG dropping in, and will be taken down once again. The Uigi Shadow Kill coming in, but it will be flickered away. Saramon just going back fast. Okay, back and fade and okay, the start connecting on to our Moon will be taken down. Meanwhile, Fate will be just trading it off as Respect will be the next on the tapping block. Both of them being taken down, but I think that was a very bad throw from the side of Team Eliminators. They kind of forced it open, and right now you only have two members. Will you be able to sustain the damage which the aggro which will be coming in, as at least one more turret will be taken away from the hands of Team Eliminators right now? They are trying to defend though.
Yes, the turret still survives, though IGN are pretty wise on this occasion. They know better than to throw the game right now, getting killed right away. As you said, both the goal laners are pretty important in the team fight situation. And if we took at the itemizations, there's no wind of nature for Aaron, and there is no defense for even the Hurrit. So both the goal laners are playing it pretty unsafe, I would say, for now. Let's see how that transpires, though, as both the assassins have a good opportunity to take out the goal laners if they find an opening. Yuzong is going to be forced to use the dragon right there because he is going to be very crucial in the next lord, which is spawning in 20 seconds. And this is a big lord. This is one of the. This is, I think, the ultimate lord, which comes out after 18 minutes. And Hayabusa is definitely ready to take it. Can IGN have something to say about this situation and maybe deny ET on this occasion for the lord? We can see that Sarah Moon is there bottom lane, but nothing is gonna
Oh,
happen. As in the top lane, we can see a team fight transpiring. That is gonna be the Yuzong falling in. And is Respect gonna survive? Obi Shadow Kill being used, real world manipulation being used. Very bad position for
Oh,
IGN, as only Aaron and Kimi survive. This is a bad disaster for IGN. I think that is it. And there's Aaron going down, there's Kimi going down. Team Eliminators are going to be the winners of this quarterfinals of MLOS, guys. This is going to be 2-1 in favor of Team Eliminators, who walk out next into the road of championship. What do you think, Asuya?
I think they did would happen to them in the second game because a lot of minions were marching down, the hefty minions, because they did not have even a single inhibitor. And then our Aaron just went in and pushed it through, brute forced it through. The same thing happened right now. Like they were looking for the minions. The lane was synced pretty well. And meanwhile, they just, made IGN think that they might be going in contesting for the next Lord. Meanwhile, their eyes were set up on the one kill towards the top lane as the minions were right there. And then, of course, the shortcut. You really need to be careful. One man down, two men down, and we did see how good Sarar Moon went in for that double kill behind the scenes. And with that, I think both the teams did an amazing job, but then Harrod definitely being the MVP. Just look at his damage, 38%, the maximum team fight participation, and the target damage of 84%. That's how good a Harrod is, and that's how good Fate performed in all three games.
Definitely so, especially on the Harith. Fate really shined on this occasion, and he definitely proved that Harith is definitely ban worthy for his presence in the game. Respect's not so hot on that Soyu for now, and Aaron tried his best. I mean, there's nothing much to say rather than a missed team fight, and that is what Eliminators took away for the whole game. And that is going to be it for this series right here. Eliminators moving on to the semifinals with a 2-1 victory over IGN. Hey guys, this is Rudz Official and Asuya reporting to you from MLOS. This is indeed the last game for tonight. So for now, it is gonna be our bid goodbye to you guys. Do tune in tomorrow night, right this time, so that you can watch more action between the top 8 teams. We are quite currently in the quarterfinals. We're gonna be going into the semifinals soon. So till then, eat, sleep, have some good rest, take care of your health, have a lots of water, and this is gonna be goodbye for now.